but he wants to choose. Oh, it's going to be that 50-50 here. You don't check him from up above, and he is going to rain. Now on the right angle, should be able to find the multi-kill, and there it is. Yeah, lots and all. Find himself falling. Another Matthew. Tap away. Here we go. The last couple of rounds, it will be this time too. Last play, multi-kill. Able to find up some triple kill action.
Hello everyone and welcome back to CFWL. Of course, today is a good day cause we are in the lower bracket and we are waiting to see whether if it's gonna be unKnights or Team Nemesis will make it through to the lower bracket final. But of course, for today, I'm gonna be your host, Sekyu, and by my side, Penguin himself, the legend. How are you doing, Penguin?
All good, all good. What about you?
Fantastic, just having fun and waiting to watch some really good Crossfire. But before we get into the game itself, or like what happened, let's just go a little bit back. Like, let's roll the tape and see what happened in the past few weeks. Like, we had a lot of really good games on this broadcast. Of course, one of them was Anubis versus 3BL back in the playoffs, which I believe that Anubis managed to go through 3BL and go to the upper bracket final.
Yeah, Anubis had a very good game. They played perfectly well and they deserve it to be on the upper bracket final. It's been long. I guess it's like 1 year now. Last time I've seen them in the finals was season 1, 2025. Now they are back again, but it's kind of completely different person. Maybe Doom only, the guy that's been playing there. They had a good games versus 3BL. 3BL didn't have their best, and I believe that they think made 3BL chances making it into EWC quite impossible for them, and yet a step closer for Anubis to be able to be there on the EWC.
Yeah, of course, it's a step closer to Anubis to get into the EWC, but of course, we're still in a race between 3 teams. I won't call it 4 teams, since by that they already booked their ticket to the EWC. We still got Anubis, 3BL, unKnights, and Team Nemesis. All 4 teams are fighting for their spots in the international events, and of course, the EWC is gonna be the closest one. And I believe we have a little bit of chat with Horace, him trying to collect his 8th title. Not in the row, of course, but the 4th in a row, which will be a huge thing for the entire region. I don't think that we have ever seen a player to reach 4 wins in a row. And of course, that's for Horus and that's for Vitality. Their goal is, of course, the international events. But for today, we have seen like some upsets, I would say. Of course, first of all, we didn't see Titan Esports make it. Like, they lost to Anubis 3-2 and then went to the lower bracket, get smooshed by unKnights 3-0, and that was one of the shockers we had this year. Their ticket for the EWC is declined, and we are going forward with the remaining teams. And of course, we have like some things to break out. And of course, the trivia. This is already the 2nd time, and unKnights versus Team Nemesis will be playing together in season 2 playoffs. There was 2 matches up in their opening playoffs matches on day 1, but this time is for the tournament life. And of course, it's just for your lifeline in the tournament. You don't have anywhere else to hide. It's to be here or not. And of course, unKnights, they have a lot of stories to bring to the table, Penguin.
Yeah, the first time we met, yeah, it was kind of the opening for the playoffs, and when we're talking about the opening for the playoffs, that means that it's still you have another chances, or you have a second chance if you fail either unKnights or Nemesis. But this time it's tournament life, and especially for Nemesis. And if Nemesis kind of struggle to beat unKnights, I believe that it might also EWC live for them. So that's why it's very important game for Nemesis. Then the pressure are all Nemesis, but I believe that these guys are well prepared. Nemesis and unKnights, both of them are very, very good teams, well experienced players, and gonna give us very, very good games.
Yeah, of course, but they had like some very good games and they had some rough games. But speaking of a team that had some rough games, I would say we had like Swamp Gaming, one of the teams that didn't manage to get a single win in the entire league. And I would say that they had like a very unfortunate year for them. Like they lost in season one, they had like some rough times, and of course in season two with no wins. But to talk more about what happens with the Swamp Gaming, I believe that we have their coach with us in a few seconds. Will be broadcasted here on the live stream, and of course, hello and welcome. How you doing, Aid?
Hello, I'm doing good.
Andy?
How are y'all doing?
Good, all good.
Fantastic.
Good to
First,
hear.
Andy, of course, like you guys had like a rough year, but like I really wanna go back in the time and start with this year. First of all, Swamp Gaming, they had huge roster changes at the beginning of 2026, and we didn't have like the time to talk about it, but not having famous in the roster and of course having to make some crucial changes before the season starts, like I believe 3 weeks or like a month before the tournament starts. So uh, how did it feel like having that change, and of course how did like the team form again and you managed to get into the circle of course this season?
Well, we did have a lot of big roster changes, and one of the crucial things was just getting the guys together, making sure everybody is trying their best to work well together. We didn't have a lot of experience with each other in before the season even started. We had little practice, but we were still grinding and working as much as we could every day.
Yeah, I totally agree that you guys had
Yeah,
like
exactly.
some really good games. And speaking of that, I have like a follow-up question. Like,
Mhm.
what was the team that you played against? Like, we versus, of course, the teams that we have in offs that you felt that was the most challenging for you guys?
Probably TEC. TEC was probably the one of the hardest matchups we had because a lot of the time we rely on just out aiming other teams, and
Mm,
TEC has the benefit of being very strategy heavy while also having players like Kiko, um, people that are really good at shooting, and that
mm,
shuts us down pretty hard.
of course.
Exactly. I mean, TC are always one of the top aimers in the league. That's why we are surprised at not seeing them on the EWC, and especially on not on top four. But let me ask you this, because you guys been through a tough season. Yes, you didn't have any wins. So what do you believe Swan Gaming needs to focus on the next days? Because especially that you guys still have chances onto making it into season 1 2027. You guys are going into the relegation. Now this is the first time season 2 is having a relegation, because usually season 2 didn't have any relegations. Now I believe that there is a relegation for season 2 and you guys will be going. So what do you think Swan Gaming needs to focus on? Especially also you will be playing the North American CFS qualifiers.
Right now, the biggest thing we can work on is just playing together, uh, getting the guys shooting well, coming up with maybe some strategies. Not a lot of competition in NA qualifiers. Not a lot. There is still good competition, but we really need to work on um, playing together as a team, working on our calls, and just working the map.
Hmm.
That's perfect, I guess. Well, I want to be getting you with us into the games, because we are having now a tournament live for unKnights and Nemesis. Let me tell you, what do you think about this game? Who do you think is going to be winning? What if Swamp Gaming is playing? Who's going to be hardest for you? And what challenges do both face? Because you know that both kind of split it from each other, and now they're going to be facing, and the one has to knock the other from the tournament.
Uh, Personally, I favor unKnights here. just because
Famous, not American.
Famous, he's a friend, and he shoots incredibly well. Um, I'm sorry. What was the other part of your question?
And what do you think the challenges they're gonna be facing for each other? Because you know the Petro was used to play with Beck, so if Swamp Gaming
Oh,
is
yeah.
playing, who's gonna be toughest for you? How do you see this game? If you're gonna be managing or coaching this game, for let's say Swamp Gaming is playing Nemesis, Swamp Gaming is playing unKnights. What do you think about both teams? So that's
Yeah, guys,
the
trying
weaknesses
to-
that you're gonna be working on.
To squeeze tactics out of you.
I'm not a big strategy guy. I would say the biggest side both are gonna have is just gonna be the meta game of both teams know each other's strats. They used to play with each other.
Yeah, exactly.
It's gonna be like, oh, they did this, but do I do this because they did this? And it's that one. I don't even want to coach that.
Yeah, it's so stressful,
Well-
right?
Yeah.
It's basically you don't want to get in between of like, yeah, those guys are playing this 1-2-3 strat and like that follows the meta, and you don't want to just go and have like you don't want to gamble with your luck versus those guys. But of course, man, like Andy, you guys did some really good, I would say, best of threes, like especially the one versus Vitality went to
Yeah.
3 games. He had a lot
Very
of
close.
3 mappers in you guys, but of course, the luck wasn't by your side to close the games. So, any last words you would love to say to your NA fans or like the guys that love Swamp Gaming?
Well, we love you guys. We wouldn't be here without you. A lot of people probably are pretty disappointed, but we're gonna make it through for NA.
Hopefully, best of
Hopefully,
luck
man.
for you, Andy, and of course for Swamp Gaming. And hopefully, we can see you back in 2027 with like a different strats, different things to bring to the table. And of course, we would love to always have Swamp Gaming in the league. Thank you, Andy.
Thank you very much.
man.
Of course, that was our interview with Andy. He is the coach for Swamp Gaming, and like they had a very rough year. They had to play through relegation once, and they're currently back in relegation for the second time in a row. But keep in mind, they had some really good runs through this year. First of all, I would say in season 1 they had like a few wins under their name. Like, I'm not mentioning the game that they forfeited, it was like pointless to play the game, but other than this, in second season they went to 3 mappers versus Vitality. They went to 3 mappers versus I would say 3BL
3BL
and
as well.
Imperium also. Yeah, 3BL and Imperium. So they had a really good run. Like, them and Imperium are back into relegation, but trust me, those teams showed a lot of progress, especially I would say Imperium. Swamp Gaming had a little bit of roster shuffling, but other than this, they did just fine. That's for Swamp Gaming, but we are back into not Swamp Gaming, I'm sorry, CFS points, which breaks down what's happening currently. And you would see that Vitality just booked their spot in the EWC and pretty close to catch their flight in CFS 2026. You have Nemesis, LCK, TEC of course, at their current name, unKnights, 3BL, Anubis, all fighting for a spot.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Vitality, when they're securing their spots, that means that the rest gonna be very pressured because we have 2 spots left and we have 4 teams fighting for these spots. 3 teams fighting for these spots, of course, because you have Anubis, they have a very quite fair chance now, especially that they are in the upper bracket final. As we can see, 3BL, they are still in the lower bracket semi-finals, so they still have the chances if they beat their next opponent, who's gonna be one of those 2 guys, because Nemesis and unKnights, whoever is losing is leaving the EWC fight. So this game is not only a tournament live. That's why I'm saying we mentioned on the trivia that this game is kind of a tournament live for Nemesis, a tournament live for unKnights. But for me, it's like a year live for them, because if you secure your win, you still have your chances into fighting to the West League title and also for going to the EWC. That's what makes this game very spicy. And of course, 3BL, they're gonna be watching now because they have one more chance Unknights. They had two chances. One to beat Anubis and go to the EWC, and they failed. Now they have to beat the other opponent, which is, if they fail, that means that the EWC dream is also destroyed. So it's going to be most likely Anubis, Nemesis, or unKnights plus Vitality.
Yeah, of course, Anubis, Nemesis, not mentioning Vitality, Anubis, Nemesis, 3BL, or unKnights are in the race to catch the train for Paris, and trust me, that train is not going to be an easy one to catch for any of those 4 teams, but for us, we have a train to the other side, which is, it's either Nemesis or unKnights that's going to drop off this station, and trust me, it's not gonna be an easy fight. You have a lot of good riflers on both sides, and of course, as Andy mentioned, as you mentioned, and as all of us know, that those teams had like a little bit of mix. You had Pietro play with Big before, we had a lot of changes between everything, and for me, like, if this story lined up with Team Nemesis, this might be one of the most shocking events that happens to like the former Anubis players. I'm speaking about Comics and Dapsy. Both of them, they had the second spot, like the runner-up of 2025 Season 1, and in Season 2 they dropped down to the 5th spot.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite tough for them. And you mentioned one thing I wanted to highlight, which is Famous. You said that also. Andy mentioned this because I wanted to take some time and talk about Famous, because last time these guys played and they faced, it was the downfall of unKnights on phase 1. And still Famous, when he popped off, he took unKnights into a 2-0 win versus Nemesis. However, Nemesis, we usually know that they are the team that is escalating throughout the entire tournament, and it's kind of improving when it comes to playing more games into the tournament. So here, we're talking about Famous. This guy, on all these maps that we've seen, he has probably the highest KD. He has the highest headshot rate. He has highest in all the kill participation. So if Famous is here, that means that unKnights and their chances of making it into the AWC and also to the CFWL League title is still theirs.
Now, of course, you have the map leaderboard for the teams, and you'll see like their win percentage for everything. But of course, we have our coming up match, Nemesis, unKnights, and hear me out. Nemesis is one of the teams that's trying to fight for the EWC title. Of course, want to be in the top 10 category to be facing like T1 Vitality. Of course, Vitality is making some really good and shocking points, like them winning multiple titles. Currently, I believe they won one, and they're currently in the process into making more than one title. Especially, I was following the Mobile Legends Bang Bang matches that they had. They are doing some really great work in the EWC race. But other than this, we are down to another fight in this caliber. We have unKnights and we have Nemesis, and both of them, they are looking to get more and more. And of course, that's the second time in Season 2 playoffs, but now it's knockouts. Of course, like, you drop a leg in this one, you are almost out. No one actually begs to be a part of this conversation, and for me, I would say that a couple of those players been making some really good numbers across the entire year.
Of course, they are making it very good, and I believe that, yes, Nemesis, the fought versus unKnights, and the game was completely one-sided, right? It was 3-0. unKnights weren't there at all. It was probably the fastest best of 5 that we've ever cast on, because we haven't seen any chance creating from unKnights. We haven't seen any gameplay coming from unKnights. The guys were completely clueless versus them. Nemesis had the better of them, and Big Fight, he was able to beat Petru. Yes, of course, he beat him on Season 1 as well, but I'm saying that finally that he can beat him in ease, because usually it was, when it's best of 3, it's 2-1 in favor of Nemesis, or we can see unKnights just upsetting them, and especially that unKnights did upset them on Phase 1 2026 Season 2. So now they're going to be playing again, but this time a lot of pressure, or more pressure, is applied on Nemesis, because if they lose, they are not going to the EWC, which is the dreams for Nemesis that you mentioned. The 2 points, the club championship and everything is going to be vanished for them. unKnights, they probably don't have such a, because I know that they're looking to go for the AWC, but they're looking to go for the AWC just for themselves. They have nothing on the line. They have no points for them. They should be focusing on. And if they don't make it, I don't think it's gonna be the same scenario as if Nemesis didn't make it. That's why I'm saying Nemesis now they are facing unKnights. Yes, it's the same unKnights that they beat 3-0 on the playoffs this season, but it's completely different now.
Of course, it's completely different, and we are in a different era, I would say, for those teams. And of course, when it comes to playoffs, Team Nemesis, they have their own special way into approaching the play style, the game, and everything to just shift your cards and shuffle everything around. And of course, we have like their results in phase 1. They had some really good games. Phase 2, they barely made it. They won only versus 3BL, and it felt like it was personal between them and 3BL, since that was the first game that 3BL Galaxy managed to win. That's for it. And of course, for the playoffs, it was a different story. Their stats are decent, but pardon me, you have Beck as one of your top riflers, and being the IGL is something we always embrace about that guy.
Well, Beck is usually mentioning that if he's shooting, his team is having easy time just beating their opponents. Of course, he's not praising himself, but he's probably saying that that's a lot of pressure on him because he also needs to shoot. It's not because his teammates are not shooting, but it's because some situations his experience is needed, his movement is needed, his aim is needed. Unlike, for example, Petro, which is probably has Famous. So Famous maybe is counted as 2 players when you're playing, so he's feeling 2 players choose. But now Beck he's the guy that he needs to step up, he needs to shoot, he needs to have a good movement, he needs to be acting, he needs to be doing crazy plays. I usually remember that I used to play the same way as Beck's playing, freely moving in the map. I have no destination to stay at. I have the freedom to make some plays. Beck is doing the same as well, probably on a higher level, on a better level. So that's why he's very, very crucial. Alucard, of course, 1.09, he's the best and he's consistent. And now we are having Grafin as one of his squads. He's saying that to every team still in the playoffs, respect us, but don't underestimate us. We are here because we earned it. Of course, nobody's underestimating Nemesis, but I see that Nemesis, usually they are the one that puts pressure upon themselves.
Yeah, they do. And speaking of putting pressure, Nemesis been always famous with that. Hopefully, them dropping down to the, of course, the knockouts part doesn't make them actually crack in the race. It's not always an easy race. We have said, like, you still have 4 horses trying to fight for their spot. You have only the winning one, of course, securing their spot, which is Vitality, but you still got some other ones. But for EWC, we had a lot of talk, but for today's match, we had the bare minimum, I would say, because those 2 teams, they have the riflers, they have a really good sniper players, especially, I believe the unKnights HDZ and LSY been stepping up so good lately. You see, like, the Chinese and the Portugal guy been doing some really good damage to their opponent. And to my understanding, this team at a certain point was just like HDZ making some individual miracle performance, Famous pulling something, Pietro, he didn't usually shoot, but like when he shoots, like that team is always in trouble. But like not lately, like lately he's been like a good show for them. But other than this, unKnights are in a really good spot to be handling any map I would rather see them play. And I would say that they have their shot into playing a lot of double sniper good maps, like the one we've always watched them play, like I would say so I can't really recall like the couple of maps that they will accomplish did, but I would say Ankara is one, of course, Eagle Eye, Ankara and Eagle Eye, and Black Widow, especially those maps that comes to my mind. But especially Black Widow and Ankara, since they won versus TEC in both of those maps.
Yeah, of course, if you're mentioning unKnights, Ankara is the best map. They have the highest win rate, they have the highest pick rate, they pick it, they win it. it's usually the comfort zone for them. So definitely, if you want to say anything nice about unKnights, then you need to bring up Ankara. Other than that, I believe that they all have average games, average maps in favor of the guys. But yes, you mentioned also that LSY stepped up very good lately with HDZ. This combo is usually the combo that we see when unKnights is winning. Of course, Famous is one of the consistent players, but usually you know that Famous is going to be fragging, he's going to be doing good, so you need some others to step up with him. So when it comes to HDZ, when it comes to LSY, when these guys are actually stepping up, I usually see a very, very good unKnights, and this what we should see today from them.
Yeah, of course, this is part of the conversation. You'll see those guys' numbers are a bit boosted after like their late couple of games, especially the one versus Swamp Gaming. I'm sorry. Yeah, we saw that Snox pulled like 6.5 KD in that game, and of course, you'll see a lot of really good stuff. The headshot department, like Famous is already conquering that thing. Snox is pulling off some really good performance for that thing. And lately, we were speaking about unKnights. I would love to say Snox been pulling some really, really good and consistent play style, consistent shooting, consistent placement in the playoffs, and that's why those guys are currently like winning in the lower bracket. I would say like yeah, the lower bracket run is not an easy run, but versus Titan Esports, that guy been pulling some really good numbers for the entire team.
Yeah, we've seen this guy doing a very good job on the lower bracket, especially versus TC. But if you look at them playing versus Nemesis, which is their opponent today, I haven't seen actually a very, very good performance from them. But if Famous is saying something, so that trophy belongs to us because it's shining just like me. Well, Famous, I know that you are shining, but definitely you're not touching this trophy, even if you get hair, probably. Just in the next year. So I'm sorry, Famous, that you guys are not touching this trophy at all. But now, let's be real, you guys have a chance of going into the EWC.
Funny enough, like Famous is one of the like most respected players, one of the most respected player in the entire scene, and that guy have never touched a trophy. He have never touched the first place. He only won the CFS CrossFire, like the CFS NA regional finals a couple of times, like 2 times, 2024, 2025. Other than this, he been only making second place, and for I believe the invitational back in China in 2018, that's the only time that he pulled the second place. Other than this, he's been struggling so hard in his entire season, like in his entire career. But that guy been doing some really good work for almost more than a decade, so you can't be mad at him.
Yeah, I guess, well, if you're talking about Famous, why Famous haven't touched any trophy, especially the West League or the CF Elite League or the whatever it used to be called, CFCL, it's because Famous, when he had his best moments and when he had his best team back then with Superman, with Brando, with Michael, the best roster that NA have ever produced, it was back then on the time that Raw Legends was having the best roster that Europe has ever produced, and he got the second place on the CFS. So if you look at these games, or if you look at the standboards, usually Raw Legends had this time a win streak of winning the league probably 4 or 5 times in a row, with 21 games that we played in the season without a single loss. I believe that these guys, they beat us. I used to play on that timing. See, they beat us with 4v5. I was winning when they were 5v5, and I started losing when they were 4v5. It was Trick, Jace, Stray, and all these guys. And of course, Stray is here scorching, so that's why he's never touching it, because back then the league was very competitive. Unlike now, yes, it is competitive, but it was very competitive that the 10 teams on the standings are almost winning the title, but it's always Religion destroying and crushing everybody. So that's why Famous is having hard times winning any league.
Yeah, of course, that was something. And I believe, like, I remember back then watching Stray. He was one of the greatest shooters that we had in the league, like in EU itself. And having him as a coach, I would say, is like, yeah, we get it, but like that guy been doing some really good work, either a player or as a coach, and of course you have the player to watch, the go himself. Like he can just like remove that title from him. Famous 1.17 KD, 88% kill not kill participation, headshot kills, and of course you have all his stats. His rating is very very high. Of course that's accumulated across the entire season, and those numbers are not an easy thing to touch. Famous just doing it triggerly on his schedule, and we have talked a little bit of those about those guys, the maps that they like, the maps that they can do, and for Famous, I believe that he has couple of his own.
Yeah, of course, he has got with his one, and he's one of the best. He's the best player among the North American region, and he's elevating this into the Europe as well. And he is considered as one of the best among the entire world. This is not a thing that Penguin said. It's a thing that even the strongest players do. ZQ and everybody just mentioned that he's one of the toughest opponent that they usually face. So that's a player to watch. Actually, that's a real player. And if every time unKnights is playing, you guys should pop off player to watch. It's Famous. Nobody else. Nobody else. Even though if they're playing versus Vitality, it's only Famous. Because if this guy, no, Snox is not even close to half Famous. Bro. Chill,
I
chill,
mean,
chill.
Let's be real.
Close.
Let's be
That's
real.
not even
Okay,
close.
alright,
That's not even close.
Hear me
You're
out.
comparing Snogs to
Hear me
Famous.
out.
That's not even close, man.
I'm not comparing Snox to Famous. I'm not like putting them in the same conversation. But
Yeah.
lately, Snox been doing some really good work that's leading unKnights to this spot.
Of course.
Famous been shy a bit lately. That's why I'm saying like you need to give like that guy a little bit of credit. Him and HDZ both are just firing at all people that comes across their crosshair. That's why I'm just mentioning them. But other than this, like yeah, the man himself is famous. It's like having like playing with Argentine squad and having Messi on your side. Like yeah, he doesn't do much work, but he is pulling some really good numbers. And of course, speaking of numbers, I believe that all of us were going to Nemesis, but only me. I was going the other side, but like I will be going toward your side, guys. Like just for the sake of the game itself. But other than this, I'm fully going with unKnights.
Well, I said if it was a regular season game or an upper bracket game
All right.
or everything, I would say Nemesis definitely is winning. Okay, so I would say no, you're completely wrong. But this time, it's kinda, I believe that there's some pressure on Nemesis. So it might go unKnights' way as you expected unKnights to be winning, yes. Because when pressure is on one team, the other team is playing way freely. So it gives them chances to win. And if they get one map or push them to the edge, get the second map, then they might be falling off. And this is exactly what we might be experiencing from today's game. So you're right. I totally respect your call about unKnights, because if somebody have to pick unKnights one day, it should be on the lower bracket finals versus Nemesis, because this game is gonna be very close.
I mean, it's gonna be very close, and of course, like as like Volt just told to me, like, man, don't doubt the production. I don't think that I'm gonna be doubting them. Like, they know that those guys are winning. They got the script, so that's probably why we are going to this part. But of course, this is our map V2 for tonight, and I like the fact that Nemesis are respecting New Mexico, banning it for the boys. But here is the catch, like them picking sub base is something controversial, since I believe that we have seen unKnights pulling some really good things when it comes to sub base. But I would say something, sub base for unKnights, they're not on the same level as Nemesis.
Yeah, of course, sub basis for unKnights is not as good as Nemesis. You're right. You're completely right on this, because... but that's the thing that you have to play. If you look at unKnights, I mentioned that unKnights is usually banning Black Widow. They don't want to be playing Black Widow. By the way, the only time they play Black Widow versus Nemesis, they beat them 10-4, I believe. So, but still, I believe it was a lucky day probably for unKnights, and they respect themselves, and they respect the enemy, and also they know their capabilities on Black Widow. So that's why they ban it. And Nemesis, of course, they don't play in New Mexico, so why not to ban it? I think that this veto is fair. For Nemesis, they have sub-base, which is one of the best maps. Yes, they can play it, and they are better than unKnights. They have Next, Ankara. Yes, it's the best map for unKnights. Usually unKnights, they pick Ankara, they win Ankara, they pick Ankara, they win Ankara. That's unKnights basically on the past few weeks. But still, Nemesis, they have Beck and Alucard, they have Kevin. He used to be one of the best coaches on Ankara. And then, they picked by Nemesis. So, we have a chances on 3-0 on the line if Ankara didn't go Nemesis way.
So that's for Ankara, and like, yeah, they have chances, but I would say, like, hear me out. Let's just try to break down how this map V2 will go. So first of all, like, sub base, I will give it to Nemesis. So, and second game, like, I will still go. No, actually, I will go to the other side. Like, it feels like it should go to unKnights. So how do you feel about like the entire map V2 and things that we have seen? Like, where do you think this game is going to?
Well, I said I agree with you that sub base is kind of Nemesis to pick, but the turning table is on Ankara. If Ankara is good map for unKnights, which is of course, and Nemesis just managed to win and beat unKnights on Ankara, I believe that the best of 5 is completely over for them. I don't think they're gonna be having a good, easy time for them on Eagle Eye while they are 2-0 down. Yes, they have chances, of course, but it's much lower than they expected. So the turning point, or maybe let's say the best of 5, is all on the line when it comes to this Ankara game.
So you're calling Ankara a deal breaker, something that can just turn everything around, and I agree with you. Like Ankara and Eagle Eye, I believe that both will go to the favor of unKnights. That's my call. I'm not sure how our casters will react to this. I would love to see what Volt says about that department. But other than this, I believe that we should be having a really amazing best of 5. But of course, that's it for us, and we'll head to Pando and not Penguin and Volt.
Big thank you to the desk. I guess that was an ample introduction to our game here today. And the expectation is going to be that this actually has to be different, right? You know, you and I are talking about this a little bit. This is basically a carbon copy of their opening game in the playoffs in upper round 1. And we know how this went last time around. But do we feel, like, Pando, that is this them just saying, hey, we weren't on our day, or is it something else?
That's a good question, actually. I guess we are feeling amazing about this one. I mean, we do have the exact same maps, but it's a different day, right? So I'm just very excited to get this one started, right? So sub-base, I love to see them play on that map, but I don't know, man, because last time it didn't went too well, I would say, right? So I don't know what to expect. I mean, look at these players. Do you think they came to win or what?
I mean, absolutely, right? I feel like there's a funny tangent going on in my head, and I'm just gonna go there first before we go to the game. If they are indeed the 4 horsemen riding for the West League Apocalypse, I mean, which one would unKnights be in that analogy? If we're going for the horsemen.
Good question, though. I don't even know what to say about this one. Honestly, I don't know.
Here's the thing. I have a fun one. They are pestilence because I don't think that there's anyone iller than them. But hey, we could put all of that to the side, as the game is on. Last time that we actually have seen this very exact map, let's just say it didn't go that well for unKnights. I think the sub-base was actually the one that I felt that they were most competitive on. It ended up in a 10-7 score line. Even then, they never really looked like they were winning. Right now, starting on the blacklist side, and Famous in a good position, but Dipsy might actually beat that attack.
Well, Dipsy, the first one to find HDZ. Beautiful start here from Nemesis. And you can tell back. Famous here swings, gets him down, but Famous.
And Rapid tries to hold on the line. unKnights go down, do the spray down. And the M14 will get the job done. 2 to his name, and 1 final kill for Beck. Yesterday's friends are now the only obstacle between the two of them, as actually I do believe that the race for EWC is starting to get really intriguing with that Anubis win. the bare minimum. I think that they're on 200 points at least. So that already is a very dangerous proposition for both of those teams. Even more so, you'd definitely say unKnights, because they're the ones that they didn't do as well in Season 1. But thinking about the fact that they need to beat 3BL, because I'm thinking if it's 3BL, Anubis, and Vitality in the top 3, there might be a world where neither of those two teams even make it to the international stage. But for now, Nemesis looking really solid on that initial server. 2 kills off Machine. Kratos Snox doesn't make it as bad, but it's still a loss for the Blacklist side after all.
Yes, indeed. Well, it's a good start here from Nemesis. Definitely came prepared, it seems like. Well,
Yeah. I mean, I like the fact that they're being aggressive, you know, that they're being a very heads up in terms of their play. We've seen Dipsy in the last round. This round they switched where they are aggressive from. And we'll see if that will actually make a difference though. unKnights straight at a kill. But they need to find either Alucard or Comics in a clean fashion. Otherwise, this round could go very wrong. Snox in the open. Easy kill for the Egyptian. And he's looking to perhaps add a little bit more to his own tally there. Another one courtesy of Alucard. And he's Pietro. Standing against 4. Not even going to find the first. Nemesis doubled down their scoreline. And this is risking nearly being as scary of a proposition as the last time around. So for that, we're playing another round that perhaps, instead of unlike here to take them by surprise, they got a quick route on the stairs, but not the kills. There they go. Finally, HDZ off to the races, and he will need to find even more. That's due to his name. Alucard still on that angle, and the HG's nearly chipped off HDZ. Bit fortunate that he is still alive there on the end. Now Pietro needs to hold it. The smoke will fade shortly. 25 seconds remaining on the timer. And on the other set of stairs coming out of radius, Alucard, who now switched to the M14, who apparently isn't getting the job done for Pietro initially. There's one to his name. Alucard should be gone, and is. And that's unKnights on the board in 3.
here we go. 2-1. Nemesis. Not wasting any time. Okay, here we go. So, what can we say so far? I mean, Nemesis, they're looking pretty good, but unKnights, they definitely have something to say as well. And you mentioned it before, right? I mean, last time they met on Friday, I believe, it was definitely Nemesis' show, right? I mean, they really gave it their very best, and obviously today is a different day, but I don't know if unKnights, if they have what it takes against Nemesis. I mean, we have the exact same maps once again, right? So what is different this time around? I don't know, man, but they're not waiting too much. They're fighting quad boxes here. Nate stacked the corner. Everything is clear. You only have Beck holding off this push so far, but ultimately, I don't think they're looking forward for a push. They just want to clean quad here. And LSY, very aggressive here towards the stairs. Beck has to back off and wait for some backup here, but slowly but surely, they're making their way.
Looking a little bit better right now, but you need to still find those moves at the edge. I think the famous spotted them on the other side. He's able to send them out. Beck's still alive on the corner. Shouldn't be too much of a trouble for LSY. That is going to be the case. 2 for unKnights. That's an important third for them to find. Raffen buying a lot of time over there. And the amount of damage that is done is not insignificant, because there's still an HG on Alucard that could be thinking about it. Apparently, Raffen really thought that they would immediately tail and run, and that was not the case. Dominant from unKnights. Now it's just Alucard that is left up against 4. trying to beat them to the punch, and he actually might get a good timing there on the stair. That's 2 for Alucard of the pistol. And suddenly, there's a real life into this one. 25 seconds, and Stock saves the day, but that could have gone very wrong.
Break even. Okay. We'll see how long they continue to hold up this pressure. Famous? Famous is running and gunning. This is very classic for him, but there is some response. Well, Raffen, he's not actually able to hold off Famous here. Comics will go down as well. And this opens up bomb site A for the team of unKnights. The bomb will get planted.
Beautiful work from unKnights. Now Famous pretty much got the hard part of the round over. Now, Nemesis are on a timer, and Alucard might start. Needs to get the ball rolling. 2 on 3 after that initial kill from the GR. But they're eventually going to be outnumbered. I say that, but they're actually still finding kills on the other side. Decent work from Beck, and it's left in a one-on-one. Pietro needs to clutch it against a low HP Alucard, and he just cannot find the connection. Ah, he got scared of that duel. He really should have given the damage to Alucard, but apparently the sniper is the one that's going to be dishing it out. 7 kills in 5 rounds. And Nemesis still in the lead after all that.
Yeah, I mean, this one was definitely way too close for comfort, but with Famous getting used for those 2 entries, that's definitely a must-win round, I would say. But, well, Dipsy, early kill onto Pierre here, and I love to see it. I mean, this is a fast-paced match so far, and pretty typical for Subbase if you ask me. And ooh, that was a little bit scary, and Nate will finish him off. Dipsy, one more. Comics now has to fight against Snox, and Snox will go down. Makes it a little bit too easy almost, I'd say. And well, LSY and Famous now, the last man standing. What can the GOAT do? He gets one. Dipsy finally taken out, and well, there's a lot more work ahead of him. They got the bump though, but do they have the timing as well? As you can see, Raffen wrapping around already in BL base, and that one might get a little scary though.
It feels like it is. And that's the concern. Timing is everything, and unfortunately for that is why. Not the right timing. Great shooting from Famous still. That's 2 to his name. Still got 3 more to play for, and a lot of time, to be fair. Like, around a minute remains, and I don't really see any reason for Famous to over-aggress. He knows that they're pushing out of those double doors, so he's waiting for Comics to present the duel. In that meanwhile, Beck is quick on the flank. Famous thinking about middle. He's got a pressure on, but eventually, perhaps even find a pocket of space here. The flash is so good on Famous, it leaves him left to right. That's Comics setting up his own play, and Nemesis leading the game by 2.
Yeah. 4 and 2 it is. Beck. Aggressive push here into the machine room. Pietro has an idea. Gets him. Beck a little bit too overconfident here. I like it though. I love it. I mean, come on. You gotta bring some plays like that to really, you know, show who's boss. And, well, he got it done. Not successfully, I guess. And, well, there's Dipsy. Really fighting this one. And one more goes down. And almost seems a little bit too easy for them. They just have to wait. But you can't really blame Nemesis here. I mean, they're confident. They know they definitely are in the better place right now. And one more goes down. This round is slowly but surely falling apart here for Nemesis. unKnights finally stepping it up big time. And even though they got 3 kills in, what, like a minute? So they still don't push too far just yet.
I mean, why would you push when you know that the other team is going to give you duels, right? I feel like that really is the case. They know that Nemesis are playing heads up. And unfortunately for Nemesis, that's a great timing all across the board for unKnights to out. And Raffen now figured out, usually on the stairs, but they did know at least where he was. It was just a question of can they figure out Alucard before they commit to a push. Apparently, that push worked out really well. Offensive. 2 rounds for unKnights. I mean, the one thing that I'm looking at, and I'm hoping isn't a bad omen, is that Pietro is actually leading the troops alongside Famous. Each of them is on 8 kills. It's great for unKnights to have your IGL frag out, but the question is that every time that I've seen Pietro on top of the scoreboard, it really hasn't been a good time for the rest of unKnights. So there's probably a time and a place for Snox and Edisy to give more of their best, because they haven't really been up to their best, at least for those initial 7 rounds. I feel like that time might be now. A lot of pressure on Raffin. While there is some support close to radio, Raffin needs to play on time. Oh, this flash is great. But still, unKnights doing really well. 2 from Famous. And HDZ shutting down Comics in before any flood happens. It's double digits for the American. Still looking for a little bit more. And he almost got his life taken by that HE. The timing from Pietro could be impeccable. Back there, thought about the but doesn't really clear it fully. And now it becomes a problem. Famous is there, late on radio. Pietro needed to find a kill. Instead, his Famous left in a 1v1. Very low on HP. Initial dink. And that is Famous in vintage fashion.
Yes, indeed. I mean, come on. Famous, of course. Who else? Who else would be the man to save this one? And of course, look at the score. 12 and 5. Really telling the story here. I mean, this guy always is so good. No matter what. I mean, this time around, a little too confident. But look at this. Back and forth it goes. HTZ good for 2. So is back. And now HTZ has to find a little bit more than that. And it seems impossible almost. But we shall see. But not this time around. Raffin will take him out. And you know what? This round was rapid, right? I mean, they wasted no time whatsoever. But in the end, Nemesis, they are 1 round ahead overall, right? So I wonder what unKnights has to say on the other side of things now.
I mean, for unKnights, I feel like they're not going to be too fussed about that one. They're probably trying to switch up the pace, right?
Yeah.
Famous, super aggressive, and it almost netted them a kill, mind you. It was just the fact that the setup from Nemesis was too prepared for a play like that. Now, Nemesis looking things over to the BL side. All of those wooden doors, and it's usually one of the most crucial parts of playing the map. But just like the last time, mind you, unKnights very happy to concede that space. They just want to make hold of the stairs on the A site. Make sure that the machine room isn't an easy push for Nemesis on the offensive, and that is pretty much it. And again, last time around when they had that setup, the defense on the B side itself couldn't really withstand the numbers. And that perhaps is going to be where everything lives and dies by. Pietro up top and Edisy on the bottom, they need to find success.
Nemesis very close to the quad area here. And here in LSY have to come to an end here, I guess. They will go down. LSY no chance. I mean, finds one, but there comes the rest. Raffin, Backhand Comics, all of them find each kill. And well, Famous can't really blame him for not checking that corner though. And what a round, amazing. That was almost to the, you know, by the playbook, I would almost say, right? By the book.
Yeah.
So definitely huge performance here so far. And oh boy, I don't know. I mean, obviously, unKnights, they keep it close, they keep it competitive, but they did last time as well. I mean, the score is not too far off so far, I'd say.
Now there's a chance here to make the score a little bit better. HTC flashing for that one. We'll need to find a fair bit more. Alucard remains, but there's a perfect timing here for Comics. You can hear them all working their way into radio, but most of them forsaken by the stairs. Oh, this is a deadly angle, nearly a 2-man spray down. Most importantly, Famous is the one that has gone down. And now, the defensive is trying to swap sides, and they probably have caught this unKnights team off guard. Oh, this feels like deja vu, doesn't it? One team that's 7 steps ahead of the other. It feels like Nemesis are playing chess while unKnights are playing checkers.
Yeah, perhaps that might be, yeah. So, I mean, 7 and 4, I'd say it definitely looks very competitive overall, but ooh, look at this. This is vintage Snox right here with the AK. Okay, we're in for a good time this time around, I guess. I mean, this is some old school stuff right there, and I mean, we saw it last time. I think it was Dipsy. I'm not sure who it was, but he also played the AK. And I love to see this one. I mean, come on, it doesn't get cleaner than this, right? So I hope we get to see some amazing kills from him. But nonetheless, so far so good. I would say. I mean, unKnights obviously. It's almost the same story as last time around, right? I mean, if one other person other than Famous steps it up a little bit more. I mean, obviously you have HZ, you have Pierre really stepping up here, but overall it's just not enough. Snox cannot be 3-8 overall, right? I mean, it's not going to be enough against Nemesis here, right?
Absolutely. So again, he's doing okay, but not that soft. And Snox now needs to step up. Unfortunately, he's only going to be frozen at the one. I just really love the entering from Nemesis whenever they're actually playing on the blacklist here. Their global risk side perhaps is not the best in the world. Hell, even I would say that probably unKnights are better than them on BL, but my problem with unKnights' global risk side is that it feels like this happens every time. And it might just be that Nemesis are that good, and that's why they're taking the timeout. They're trying to figure out, hey, how do we stop this flood? Because something is clearly wrong.
Yeah, seems like we have a little bit of a timeout here coming from unKnights. So, I mean, yeah, it's about time, I guess, but I don't know what they could change right now, because I feel like, you know, Nemesis, they are not really burning strats right now. They are basically playing, basic sub base so far. I mean, they're just overpowering unKnights with their gunfights here and there, right? So overall, I would still say it's a good match so far, but it almost seems like a deja vu for me, at least.
I mean, it pretty much is the same thing, right? Like, I think it's very valid to say that both teams really are repeating what we've seen last time. Yes, of course, I'll say this, like, unKnights mechanically a lot better as a unit, even if some players haven't really found their footing just yet. Even on that point, macro-wise, I feel like this is pretty much pound for pound, you know, for what we've seen the last time around, and it really cannot be that case. But unfortunately for unKnights, they kind of got stuck in the gauntlet from their initial result, and having a lower bracket run gives you barely any time to prepare, and I feel like that's one of the places where they would have really preferred maybe having another opponent in the upper bracket, because I feel like Nemesis is definitely their kryptonite in a way.
Yeah, I guess you could say that. I mean, both teams have their backs against the wall right now. It's do or die, basically, right? I mean, if this isn't a pressure moment for them, I don't know what would be one. So I don't know what to tell you right now. I mean, you can see, I mean, yeah, you know, they're chilling. Obviously, unKnights, they have a lot to lose here, but I feel like they still are pretty confident overall. I mean, Subway is definitely not their best map, I would say, but on the other side of things, of course, Nemesis, they're really happy to be in this position, and Snox not wasting any time. Quick 2 kills here, potentially a third, but of course, it's not gonna happen here. Nemesis, they back off. They know things went wrong very fast in this one, though.
Start, that's much better. This time, proactive and dominant. And Snox is the hero of that one. 4 kills in total. 2 from the rifle, 2 from the pistol on the swing. And still some life in unKnights after all. Maybe it's not going to be match point immediately. And they're contesting Machine in some more creative ways now. I like the fact that they didn't really send the double nade, which is something that I believe we've seen what Anubis do and 3BL do at times. So they're taking a page out of their book, but they're making sure it's just a page. They don't really change the identity. They don't change the setup of that defense. But, well, the setup itself maybe has been the problem. So let's see if now Snox isn't stepping up to the limelight, if they're going to be able to stave off that seemingly encroaching hit on the A site.
Did you see what angle Famous was holding there? That's insane. You would never ever hit that. I'm telling you. This is... if I'm holding that, I'm dead. That's for sure. I mean, come on. But, obviously, Famous... I guess he can just do whatever he wants. He gets rewarded for it. Anyway, yup, Dipsy will go down. A little bit too easy. And, Famous, yeah. he and Snox right now really stepping it up. I mean, come on, it was a clean tap from him, and Nemesis, of course, they are in a very comfortable position right now, a little bit ahead, and unKnights, they really have to take some risk here and there, even though they are on the GR side of things. And well, Reffen is picked up, Famous picks up one as well, and yeah, slowly but surely this one might just fall apart unless there's a chance for back. Clutches one out. It's really gonna be tough for him though. I mean, 1 versus 3, H is very alive right now. Go back, he will just get banned here from Snox, and well, 2 rounds and a dream, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, apparently, Nemesis feels like this dream is very real. Otherwise, they would have taken that time out that early, but they know that unKnights is one of the teams that, especially when their star players are on, they might be just the hardest to spot on the stop in the league. And like that's a very important point, right? Like, I feel like for the other teams, and even for Nemesis in this one, you can tell like everybody's doing their part. There's no like radical star performance from players like Alucard or Beck or Dipsy or even Comics when he's on. But their baseline, their skill floor is so high that it makes teams like unKnights have a lot of difficulty. But the problem for me for Nemesis is that also their ceiling isn't as high. And perhaps that's where they're very wary of the ceiling that is present for unKnights.
Take a good look towards Kevin right there. Look at him, like, look at his body language right now. You can definitely tell there's something that needs to be resolved, right? I mean, oh boy. I mean, honestly, when I look at them, at Team Nemesis, right, I feel like they're losing right now, but they're definitely not. I mean, they're really doing great, I guess, right? So, not sure what the body language is telling me right now, but it doesn't look too good. Maybe I'm just wrong, right? So, I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah.
I hope they figure it out. I mean, Kevin always has something to say, right? He always has some ideas. I mean, last time around when I watched him, coach, I felt like he definitely has some kind of aura that comes into the play here. So I hope Team Nemesis, they will figure it out. I hope this tag pause definitely, did its job. So we'll see though.
Yeah, and I guess in that point, if we're thinking about it in that way, there's definitely a fair bit more that is actually present in that dimension, because guess who doesn't really have a coach present on the other side?
Yeah.
So that definitely can be a case. But now we see for fighting unKnights is a couple of rounds to see if that timeout has put any halt on their momentum. Now it looks like that they're actually being a bit more measured, which I really like. They don't want to give away those wooden doors, but at the same time, it's very clear that their focus is that vent. The vent that almost cost them a couple of rounds. Actually, they have already cost them a few and nearly cost them a few more.
It's just one round. Calm a bit, to get themselves a little bit more calm, I guess. So Nemesis, one decent push is all it takes right now. But what do they need to do? I'm not sure, man. I mean, there's lots of ways to get these things done, right? But right now, I feel like they're playing a little bit more reserved, right? They don't want to over-aggress just yet, and you can't really blame them. I mean, they just came out of their tag pause, so I have an idea, definitely, but is it the right one? We shall see as they slowly but surely make their way towards a top, it seems, and Famous and Snox, of course, being tested here. Let's see, Comics jumping in with his pistol, though. Just passes player. Snox down, not the but there's LSY, good for him. Maybe a third, not this time around. It's actually Dipsy that gets 2, but HEZ will trade him out, and that seems a little bit messy for both teams, actually.
Yeah,
because,
but look at Alucard.
Yeah.
Oh, that is a deadly position. He's already ahead of the players of unKnights. It's 2 1v1s for now, but they're not aware and they might not be willing to contest the sniper. Oh, Pietro took the punch on the outside, and now all of it rests in the hands of HDZ. Already have found himself a 1. We need to find 2 more. Spotted by Beck. Difficult duel on that side. Alucard on the other, and he flicks to his face. And that was 15 seconds ticking. And Beck, known needs to leave it down to the 1v1, and the HDZ will step up to the platter, and unKnights close the gap down to 1.
Absolutely insane clutch here from HDZ. I mean, come on. That was definitely Nemesis' round here, and they somehow, some way gave it away. And unKnights, they are fired up right now. I mean, how could you blame them? They definitely shouldn't be in this position. But one round is the difference here, and I would honestly say this is anyone's game at the moment, at least, right? So unless Nemesis figured it out, right? But I'm not too sure about this one.
I mean, but again, like we were talking about just this from unKnights, right? Like all of their players stepping up at the same time. A very good game from Famous so far. And even when he didn't show up, LSY had an impeccable double kill. And he played it from there. Ketra, unfortunately, though, outnumbered. Now the test is on. The wraparound coming through, and it's the perfect timing for Nemesis to perhaps drag down any potential threat on the other side. And as good as Famous is, it really should be too much of a big deal for him. And it will be pressured into Alucard's line of sight. And that's the main man down. 9 rounds for Nemesis. We could be riding for one last time.
Yeah, this is what I mentioned earlier, right? It's just one decent push it takes for Nemesis to put themselves in a decent position. And honestly, if they win this round, this round, they will have the exact same scoreline as last time, right? So that would be kind of a coincidence, actually. We'll see. Famous being put to the test, and oh, that doesn't look good at all. And, I mean, HTZ trying to save this one here, but the damage has been done already, though.
Great damage from the side of Nemesis, even if it's a 3-on-4. Like, you can look at some of those HP bars, especially HTZ. The round is feasible for both sides, but again, this radio control really feels like everything. They let half the time go. HTZ will have to play this one very late from the vent. And that's why first face in could be beaten by the timing. Oh, this is courageous from Dipsy. And that pretty much should be the round. No time left. No chance. unKnights replicate the score of their opening game. It is yet another 10-7, and yet another time Nemesis emerged victorious.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, honestly, I feel like for Nemesis, this was a little bit too close for their liking, I guess, right? I mean, at least it feels like it when I look at their cameras, right? But overall, I would say they definitely can be proud on themselves, right? I mean, they showed up, they were a little bit shaky here and there, but it's only the first map, right? So it's okay, though.
Yeah, as he said, like, it's only the opener. I think that there's still a whole lot more in the series to be seen, and we'll have to wait for that for a little bit more, but at least for now, competent enough from the two sides, but much better signs in this 10-7 compared to the other one. And well, we won't have to do that ourselves because our panel is ready. So let's give it over to the desk for Penguin and Six.
Thank you, Pando and Volt. Of course, they are replicating their score once again, 10-7, and it looked like they were confident in their win. I believe like they had to just take the last, I would say, timeout to just have the final pieces and the puzzle to close the first game. And man, I like the fact that they were going for the double nade entry in the wooden box that helped them a lot into controlling that area and into taking some space out of unKnights.
Well, the woods control is definitely, as a whole, is very good from Nemesis today. The guys played very well. Let's talk about their global start first, because this is the thing where they got this map done when they had a very good global start. Also, they had a very good global start. They had 2-0, and also the round that they lost, it was a very close. It was a clutch coming out from unKnights. The way that they defended, it was not a defend as we expected, because we've seen Dipsy just pushing the machine just instantly in the middle of the round, getting killed, getting 2, then someone also pushing Woods. It was back, I believe, that he pushed Woods. Raffen pushed Woods instantly as well, getting the kill. So they gave no chances for unKnights to have the Woods control when they played on the global side. If you look the other side, how Nemesis played the Blacklist side, they gave chances, they gave no chances to unKnights to also control Woods, but from the Blacklist side. And this exactly shows you why Nemesis played a very good surface, because Woods control is very important for the Blacklist side. If you are Globalist side, you need to deny it, and if you are Blacklist side, you need to fight in order to take it. But this time, Nemesis had no fights on Woods at all coming out from unKnights. Although they took the tactical pose, they had chances talking with their coach, but I haven't seen any aggression coming out from unKnights into the Woods. And this is exactly the key point for Nemesis beating unKnights on the sub base. But it was the same exact situation also that happened on the opener. And by the way, we didn't actually mention that it's the same maps played from the opener. It was sub base and it also went 10-7. Next is gonna be Ankara. We see Nemesis beating them 10-4, and also Eagle Eye is gonna be the third. So if Nemesis is playing the same way that we've seen them playing in the opener and now, and they're gonna be going on to, let's say, Ankara, I still think that it's gonna be the same exact score. Probably a 3-0 in favor of Nemesis, because unKnights, yes, they played a good map, they played a fair map, but they haven't showed any resilience, any pressure, any fights, any controls from their side.
Yeah, I agree with you. Like, we didn't have a lot of fights when it comes to wood control, but at the same time, I would say that Famous, on the other hand, him and HDZ been doing some really good work, especially in A control. Famous been always the guy on the side, or maybe at sometimes trying to move through the middle to make some work done. But on the other side, I mean, I would say when it comes to the sniper duels, it's always Alucard on the top of that department. So I love the fact that you have a guy with a sniper to just close any like problems you might have in the game, or just might try and wait for it. But that guy, him and Beck, been doing some really good 1s and 2. And of course, speaking of Beck, we will go back again into what's control that Nemesis has been always part of that fight. Beck, Wrath, and Dipsy, all three of them been always the guys that trying to contest that place. Like, I would say Beck sometimes been always the guy that left alone to play on the other side, but recently he have been going as the third guy to support. And when it comes to that support, he's been doing some really wonderful work.
Yeah, Beck, when he's supporting, when he's just trading, his teammates is the best, because he's usually having multiple rifles, and the thing is, he's also keen on getting the kills when it comes to such fights. But I still say that one of the key factors for Team Nemesis beating them today is that
that guy been holding.
Good, sorry. Continue, Seki.
I was just talking about Alucard and his work that he have done, but I would say that he is doing some really, really good stuff here.
Yeah, he's doing very good stuff. I just like how Beck plays this map. That's what I wanted to say. But when Alucard is playing, the team is going to be feeling way different. I wanted to say again, it's all about wood controls, and when it comes to wood control, it's just Beck, nobody else. This guy knows how to code when it comes to wood control, so he got the better of him.
Well, that was it for the first map. I would say that we had some back and forth in the entire game, but at the same time, we had some like discussions whether that unKnights can actually bring this one back home or not. But it felt like it was a bit off for them. Like the first map, it's not always, I would say, that sub base been known as one of a Nemesis really good strong points, and it's a really good thing to start with one of your strong points maps. Like sometimes, like you would argue, if it's 3BL, it's a different argument. You don't want to give them like one of their best maps on the first of course game, or in the first fight. Like sometimes they need some time to warm up, but it's the other way around from Nemesis. So it's 1-0 for Nemesis, and now we are going to the second map. I believe the Volt and Pandu already. So guys, take it over from us.
Yes, indeed, we are ready. Thank you very much, guys. So, I mean, come on, man. It is going to be Ankara, and what can we expect? What are your expectations right now, though?
I mean, from what we've seen, I will have to say that there are parts that I definitely do agree with what Penguin was talking about, and there are other parts where maybe I'm a little bit different, right? I feel like, yes, he's correct that the way that unKnights are playing that sub base isn't as enticing. You probably don't feel that you're inspired that much confidence from how they're shying away from some of the key duels, but that's not the case here on Ankara at all. But my main problem with Ankara is that it has also another one of the same ailments. unKnights always losing the key duels, right? They always have been losing those duels on the GR side in, like, you would say, the heaven and stairs position outside of machine room on sub base. Here, their A side defense is really where you would have to have some question marks. I don't think that I've seen any defense break down as easily as there. But that's not going to be the case here today. And that is really where, yeah, like, here's the thing. It is a bit harsh, right? It's harsh, but it's the truth. If you've seen that last one, you would know, like, yeah, I'm sorry, their A defense was just basically like toyed with from the side of Nemesis.
We shall see, and yeah, that flash here from Refn wasn't the greatest start, but hey, it happens to the best of us, honestly. I've seen flashes in CrossFire, you would never ever believe me, but whatever. Nemesis versus unKnights, map number 2, Ankara it is, and it seems like Nemesis, they already have an idea towards A here. Snox and Pietro have to hold this one off, and this is going to be a tough one. Snox peeking in, not going to find anything. Comics takes him out, and here comes all the pressure in the world. Pietro goes down, Dipsy finds HDZ, and honestly, Famous and LSY left alone in this one. It doesn't look good for starters here, and I mean, the nade is decent, the damage has been done. Comics and Dipsy, they're easily taken out and found, but not gonna be that easy. I mean, come on, that's a beautiful quickscope through the smokes, finds Refn, but there's so much more work to do, and the question is, what can they do in this position? Famous not even checking the corner, though. He will be taken out. It's not even gonna be Dipsy. Comics, good for 2, and honestly, what a beautiful start from Nemesis, though.
Magnificent work from Nemesis, but I guess, again, same point established, that E defense, I'm sorry, they just need to swap it around it. There is something with Pietro and Snox playing the same side here on Ankara that probably isn't the right call for their side. But hey, somebody's back where he's, I guess, most found of as home. Famous in those hotel stairs have usually found so much success when players are peeking on the other side. But I think that's one of the also other problems with the A defense being a bit weak, is that if the other team sees no other reason to play any other part of the map, like at worst they're gonna play middle and maybe just take hotel and bridge, there isn't really much reason to fight the other players that are gonna be performing a bit better, namely LSY, HDC, and Famous when they're playing at the B site. But apparently Nemesis scouring over that position. Hotel stairs is theirs. They could try to take some short stairs control, and it seems like that is going to be the case. 2 players thinking about ascending up. It's going to be a game of push and pull. Eventually, Comics checking the bar, but it's going to be some excellent shooting from LSY. 2 kills to the side of unKnights. Let's see if they can play with that advantage. Even better when their defense actually is able to find the kills that they need.
Yep. Cleaner onto from unKnights. They're not even done yet. They continue to demolish every single player. Alucard left alone. Snox not quite able to find him just yet. There you go. Alucard will go down, and yeah, I mean, it was a very slow round from Nemesis, which ultimately, in my opinion, led to unKnights winning this one. I mean, LSY obviously beautiful double kill in hotel. Made it look easy almost. I mean, he also had a little bit of timing, I'd say, because he was just about to check the other side. But yeah, nonetheless, beautiful round. And well, I guess Nemesis, the first round, they just played to perfection. I mean, maybe it was the element of surprise, as we love to call it, right? But I don't know, man. But we'll see. I mean, so far so good. And unKnights, I mean, obviously this is their map pick. They want this one to be theirs, but quite honestly, I don't know, because if we look at the last result, I mean, Nemesis, they won 10-4 against unKnights. What do we think
Yeah.
about that?
I mean, as I said, I just thought that their global risk side collapsed, and it collapsed here. But the last round, they're able to play well with a man advantage. You'll see now that they don't have it. They're able to defend. Good timing from under the stairs, but Smox is only good for one. If they're able to slow down the pace a little bit more, if Pietro is able to survive, definitely say it's not a bad round at all, especially if he's holding the stairs and he takes down the C4 carrier much better in the defense there from unKnights. Pietro leading by example. It's a hat trick to his name, and unKnights finally looking like a real team back here on Ankara.
Yeah, I mean, they were missing the GR smoke right there. I mean, just smoke it off and you don't have this problem, right? I mean, it's a little bit of an awkward mistake, but hey, I guess unKnights, they take it, right?
They absolutely do. Again, it just came down to something like this, right? They would be willing to take trades all the way in what was usually a 4-on-2. This time around, they traded 1-for-1, and Pietro made the right call. A call that they don't usually make. And I feel like if they are able to change their tendencies like that, then there might actually be a conversation here on Ankara.
True. Maybe. We'll see. I mean, again, Nemesis, they really love A though. And for some reason, I mean, you can't really blame unKnights. They don't overstack it just yet. I mean, they don't have to because the rotation is just beautiful, right? I mean, once someone is spotted or the push starts, they just buy so much time for the rest to come over, and if it works, it works. And this time around, Snox once again always in the same position, always fighting the same players almost. It's like he gets 2, that's beautiful, that's almost enough. But is it ultimately deciding who will win this round? We'll see LSY once again slowly but surely making his way towards A, but here is Famous from the other side of things, and this might just become interesting if he finds the right timing though.
Yeah, this time the nade doesn't check the corner, goes a bit deep and doesn't find much. And Famous doesn't find Dipsy pretty quickly. Elevation is the key, and Famous, as always, got some beautiful shots to be had. But Beck has done damage and also taking care of Famous on the other side. LSY, a fence sitter on that one, but Alucard is going to make sure that he sits down for good for this one. A one-on-one, and LSY steps up. This time, Alucard is not going to find the clutch, and unKnights are 1 round away from beating their scoreline.
Yeah, I mean, LSY, look how much it leads to him. Really happy about this one. Beautiful one-tap though. Not sure, I mean, Beck, he had such an amazing play though. I mean, he fights GR, then he jumps down, kills one, goes back up the stairs, and there's where the mistake happened, right? He just jumps and sprays, and obviously, yes, it can work. It's really interesting, I guess, but if only he would have saved a little bit more time and he played it with his teammate, I believe this could have been a little bit more safe. But, well, it didn't. And unKnights is 3-1 ahead. That's actually insane. And by the way, look at Snox's weapon here. I believe that is a shotgun of the new gen, I guess. I've never seen this one before.
Yep.
But
Yeah,
look at his position there.
Doesn't make any difference. Nope, actually not even a single significant amount of damage. Well, that is the defense. Again, being broken down so methodically. A smart play from Nemesis, and this time HDZ tries to play ahead of the pack and is punished for it. Famous, already on half health, mind you. He's waiting on his teammates. No, he's not, and he's still at least going to find something. A difficult ask for LSY, as it's still 1-on-4, and now his position is known without even finding the initial kill. Game over for unKnights. Frozen at 3 they are, but for Nemesis, this is amazing. A sigh of relief after what was a strenuous couple of
Yeah, I mean, and honestly, at some point you have to question unKnights. When are they going to put 3 people on A? I mean, right now they have 4, right? But it took them long enough, and Nemesis, they just take whatever they can find, right? I mean, oh, look at this push. I love this. This is much different. Gives them a lot of map control. They have A long secured, but the rest is kind of open right now. And of course, Nemesis, they know it. They push towards Hotel. They see what they can see. They take as much map control as they can, but they slowly and surely make their way back towards their spawn, and they will just, you know, regroup and see what they can find in mid though.
Well, the grouping spotted there by Snox, so they know that the push is coming, and the nade nearly doing a lot of damage. I think he just basically clipped off of one of those railings, but look at that timing from LSY. You can find a multi-kill here easily, but he's support of Famous, who is going to be able to tap heads as usual. Beautiful work from Famous. Needs to find a little bit more. 3, 4! And Famous nearly won the entire round himself. I think he's giving it to the team on a silver platter, but Dipsy's not going down without a fight. It's already found a couple more. Spotted on the backstab, and here comes the spray, but what a round that was from Famous.
Yeah, I mean, who but Famous, right? No surprises there, honestly. I mean, usually you would go crazy and say, okay, that's insane. And it is insane, don't get me wrong. But for Famous, it is kind of... You could expect it here and there sometimes, right? I mean, this guy performs everywhere, right? I mean, no matter what. I mean, he's good online. It doesn't matter. This guy taps head with his HK, right? I mean... He's one of the best players I've ever seen, if not the best. Well, at least when it comes to NA or EU, I guess, right? But, well, we'll see. So far, he's having a very decent day. And unKnights, this time around, I'd say they look a lot better on their map pick of Ankara, right? So, oh boy, this is slowly but surely falling apart. Ooh, Famous has a beautiful backstep here. Only finds one. Eventually, he will be taken out by Beck, and Pietro finds Refn as well. And honestly, Famous, this is what I mean, right? This guy gets a 4K, and the next round he has another chance to do it again, but then he doesn't. It happens though.
Yeah, I mean, but such a long range duel though, and thankfully speaking, at least, unless they're able to capitalize off of it, and that's one of the main things that they need to have, right? They'll have moments of brilliance from him, a couple of moments as well from Snox when the time comes, and LSY has already found his clutch, right? So it's all about capitalizing on those moments, making the most out of the magic. Don't just let it fizzle out without finding that much more. And at least for now, we found a healthy lead, a player ahead, and even a decent timing for Pietro, who could go down the small stairs if he wants to. But Beck takes the plunge. Into the underpass he goes. He could probably spot them on the other side if they're not prepared. Rather healthy. Could find a kill for free. No trade there on this one. The player on the small stairs trying to make his move. He needs to find a kill on that line because apparently even HDZ is going to go down. Pietro finds his kill, but he doesn't have a smoke. Oh wait, he does have one, but can he even deploy it in time? 10 seconds on defuse. He goes for the tab, but Beck is not buying it. He called his bluff, and that could be the round one. Now, Pietro needs to stick that one, and there's little to no time remaining. This round is over. Beck played it like a master.
Absolutely insane round, not gonna lie. That in the end there, that was surprising. I would never ever thought they would actually bring this one home, and they did. I mean, beautiful play, honestly. You can't even blame Pierre there, right? Because he honestly, everyone would beat it at some point, right? I mean, time is running down, and there's almost no chance of recovering it. But, you know, Beck, he's like, you know what? Not buying it, and he just chills behind the wall, and he wins this one in fashion. I mean, beautiful done, right? I mean, you can't really put it in better words than that. So yeah, this time around, in this round, you see Alucard very aggressive here at the garage ramp. And, I think they are really mad about this one though. I'm not sure what's gonna happen next.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, that should have been the round, right? The fact that there is no trade, HDC losing the second one-on-one, they're not sticking it. Well, that's the problem, but Famous, maybe not the chance to make a quad kill play, but definitely a chance to put his team in the lead. And he's taking it, one player up. And with it, the optics do change a little bit. Underpass it is. There might be a bit of pressure on LSY here.
Ooh, look at this. LSY jump spotting. He gets a lot of info there. Has to buy time now for his teammates. The flashes and nades come through. But Nemesis, they have to take this bomb site immediately. They have no time to waste. And you can see Alucard, good for one. LSY is still on site. No man's land, man. Come on, where's the rest of the squad? Famous missing crucial shots. This round is falling apart one by one. Pietro, good for one. Has to find at least one more to make this doable. It's not position. Find Ref and the bomb goes down. And this is very doable all of a sudden.
Pietro there on the other line of sight, though, not finding his kill again. And with that kill going the way of Beck against Snock on site, be another round over. They know where Petro is coming from, and he needs to have perfect shooting. He's having a good affair this time around, but not good enough to take down Beck. That's Nemesis equalizing the score. Again, for unKnights, perhaps not the worst of halves in the world, but they would really want to have a fifth, because I feel like there would have been a world where they should have been 6-2 up instead of 4-4.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, without a question, honestly. Well, you can see Nemesis back to the roots. It seems like they're going towards A long, but actually, they will go towards mid. This is interesting. Oh, this might actually be insane. Every single player almost is in mid now. Let's see, HTZ misses another crucial shot here. So, I mean, at least he has some info that something is going on in AC here, right? But so, Nemesis, they will slowly but surely make their way towards A, and it's Snox once again at the lower stairs, and will be taken out by Refn without a fight almost, I would say. Famous finds Alucard, but the job is not done just yet.
I mean, Ray Ball's not down, so of course the fight is never over as long as he's alive, but a retake has been suffering for the side of unKnights. Refn on the stairs to find a fair bit of damage, at least on the spiral though, directly where he's on. That's quite well, but look at that spray down. They're supposed to be taken down, but if anything, they're not ready for Beck, who nearly won the round for his team. Thankfully, it's recovered by unKnights. They started off the retake really well, and will end the half in the lead.
That was way too close for comfort in the end. I mean, that was spooky, I would say. Well, 5-4, unKnights in the lead, and this is already better than the last time they met, right? I mean, unKnights, they only, if I'm not mistaken, they only got 4 rounds, right? So they're already looking a little bit better here, if you want to say that. And we'll see what unKnights can do on the black side of things, right? I mean, come on, they have to do something here, and it seems like Dipsy's already taking a fight towards mid here, but a lot of damage has been done to him though.
Yeah, he's in a tough position to play, and that was nearly going to be the conclusion always. And I like the fact that they didn't even aim both nades close, and well, unfortunately for Nemesis, finally nothing going their way, even the smoke spam going to the side of unKnights. Good shot from Beck, but that is short-lived, as Famous goes an eye for an eye, and that means Alucard says, "Comics, it is you and I. That's the only thing that remains for the team." 2-on-4, and they're splitting one player aside, which is not the way that I think they should be playing it, and that's why I think Alucard is going for the underpass, right? That is the only place where you can probably find a one-on-one. Might not expect Snox this out in the open though. That is going to be the round, most likely indeed confirmed. A double kill for LSY on the side swap. And unKnights. Now everybody's stepping up to the battlefield.
Everyone is stepping up when it's needed. Looks a lot better from the side of unKnights all of a sudden, I'd say. They feel a little bit more comfortable, I'd say. But, well, Nemesis, of course, that's something to say about that one. I'm not too sure what their response will be, but I feel like the double sniper setup here from unKnights, it makes sense. It works beautifully. I mean, of course, you know, HEZ is a little bit more quiet than LSY, but nonetheless, I'd say it definitely, you know, shows that the double sniper setup almost works every time when it's needed, right? So, not too sure what Nemesis has to say about this one. I mean, they only have Alucard on the sniper, of course. Why not? Alucard always snipes here and there, but I don't know. I'd like to see a little bit of a change up. I mean, Nemesis, they're not doing too bad, but one by one they go down like that, and that is just not it.
Unfortunately, their system is really based on some of their players just holding some of the key lines of sight, if that makes sense. Alucard is always going to do that. I mean, like, credit to Alucard, he's been having a pretty decent series and a really good run in the playoffs, but unfortunately, when they're outnumbered like that, that is where I would say it was unKnights' faults that didn't allow them to trade as effectively as possible. This time, trading is much better, even when they're caught off guard. Snox recovered. And that should be the round. 1-on-2 for Refn. Could find his timing through the short stairs. LSY is not ready. Oh, this is the round that could make or break. And perhaps it is going to break unKnights. Snox gone. LSY immediately going to stick that C4 plant. Doesn't go for the tower. So he's not caught by the player on the small stairs. And eventually he'll need to give a look to the other side. Raffin approaching on the territory, so close up, but LSY is able to flick, and that is going to be the kill needed. Now, Nemesis, really from being in a driver's seat to having to grasp for the wheel.
Yeah, it's a tech timeout here from Nemesis, and well, look at their faces right now. What do you think they're thinking right now? I would say they are definitely not too happy about this one so far. And once again, you have Kevin talking, of course. He's giving advice, he's giving his best ideas, and Dipsy has something to say as well. And well, I would love to see the other side of things. I mean, obviously, unKnights, they must feel pretty confident right now. They are doing everything to perfection. They're not even doing too much of, like, the strats are not too complicated, I would say.
Yeah.
Feels having fun. They're just running around, finding these picks one by one with the snipers, right? So it's definitely working out for them.
Oh, I mean, absolutely. But actually, is it weird that I'm thinking about something else entirely right now?
What is it?
I'm thinking about like the regionals, right? Like I'm thinking, hey, Nemesis, I believe, is on 205 points right now. That's the bare minimum they guarantee that they get out here today. And I'm thinking that, funnily enough, TEC is the one that is going to be the biggest fan of Nemesis and Anubis all throughout the rest of this event. Because 3BL are closing in. 3BL are on 100, like TEC is on 180, mind you. That is the same as Anubis, but pair the results. Since Anubis got the better results in Season 2, Anubis now in 3rd place. That is the bare minimum they're going to get, right? So I'm thinking about Anubis, then tying with TEC, 3BL and unKnights both only being 5 points behind TEC. So TEC needs both unKnights and 3BL to get knocked out back-to-back from Nemesis in order to stay in the regional finals and not to have to go through a grueling qualifier that we've seen even some of the best teams last year weren't even able to make it out of the regionals, right? Like, at least that's what I'm thinking. Like, I'm looking at the regionals. There were teams like last year's Entropy, Anubis as well, like TBI also, all of which knocked out. At the end of the day, the teams that went to CFS were Gaming Gladiators and now Vitality, Walk Esports last year, and Inner Circle, and Entropy making a 4th place run. Perhaps that was also very surprising considering the season.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, to me, it's always a little bit surprising how much can change in, you know, let's say like 2 or 3 months. All of a sudden, these teams are gone. This is, you know, this player switch ups here and there. It's just insane for me. At least when I look back at CFS last year, right, I was looking at LCK or Gaming Gladiators, whatever you want to call them. I was like, okay, they're pretty decent, and okay, they make a pretty decent look on the stage as well. And yeah, let's say a couple of months later, well, not so much anymore, I guess. Well, like, no hard feelings, of course, right? But it's just weird sometimes what happens. But it is what it is. I mean, this is just how esports is sometimes. And let's quit yapping and watch this unKnights push about to happen.
I mean, they're setting themselves up for the exec. Spiral has not been the best friend for Snox, and apparently Raffin knows that, so that's to go for the vent. Eventually, it's going to be corralled on. Single kill to his name, but they need to clear off Dipsy, and they will do so in 1 player. So decent take, but they'll need to try to hold on. Famous down to half health, nearly gone completely, and Comics on the backstab could unironically single-handedly win the round for Nemesis. He made the call, and Beck is there for support, so there's only 1 player on the fence. And mind you, Famous is already very low on HP as is. Any bullet is enough, so the M14 is well suited for this job, and all the kills are going the way of Nemesis. Pietro against 3 tries to beat Alucard to the punch. A good initial kill. Now 15 seconds left on the timer. Pietro's fine. 1v1. Beck is there and is able to spray him down. So Nemesis find a round at the back of the timeout, but still needs a little bit more to function.
Yeah, they're pushing the numbers closer together, obviously. The round was somewhat decent, I'd say. But you could also argue that, you know, Famous peaking events, not peaking, you know, it's not ultimately necessary, but they did it anyway. Either because they feel confident or they just wanted to, you know, make their lives a little bit easier with, you know, picking up some of these players. But yeah, ultimately it didn't work out, and this gave Nemesis the chance to even, you know, clutch one out.
Alucard nearly caught there on the spray down. Gotta be a little bit careful though on the other side, because I'm looking at this Nemesis defense and they're putting a lot of focus on middle, but it's underpass duel. I don't think it's gonna be that bad for them if they wanted to take it, but apparently not to be the case here. A bit more of a defensive look from Nemesis. So this time around, yes, they got bridge, but there's no support on hotel, no support on small stairs. They're waiting for either an underpass push or just somebody to play middle. So they're not even considering the A side to be a possibility. And funnily enough, if they don't make that call and rotate into the A site, this second time of having a full-on take could definitely work in their way. I mean, that smoke should be a signal for Alucard to make a rotation, but apparently he really doesn't want to do that.
Seems like unKnights, they already decided what to do here. Close towards A. You only have Famous in mid lurking, trying what he can find. Alucard will pick him up. This would go to the rest of the squad. Oh, this is falling apart. Comics 2, potentially a third. He will find 3. HTZ stops him, but the damage has been done. HTZ last man standing against 3 players here. I mean, he has the bomb. He has a little bit of time left, 30 seconds on the timer here, but what can HTZ do? Of course, we have seen him clutch before, but this one might be a little bit too much to ask for. And obviously, you can already tell Nemesis, they have an idea. They're gambling with their lives right now. I mean, they're just holding Jaws side right now because, okay, either if it's A or B, they can have a quick rotation. And I actually love this play here from HTZ. Plants in the open, so it gives him a little bit of an easy life. The timing is off. Dips will waste no time at all. Picks him up, and look at this. Nemesis, after the break, they look a lot better.
Yeah, defense much better, but again, unKnights is just unable to close it down. They need to be a lot faster in terms of their take on the A side. They give a lot of time for the two players to play off each other. And unfortunately for them also, I would definitely say, to no fault of Famous, because Alucard should have absolutely rotated from the line that he was playing. At least that's in my mind. Like, I don't know what he thinks about it. I feel like Alucard holding that line is extremely hopeful. Because he's basically saying, I trust my teammates enough that they're gonna at least find 2 in the post-plant sequence. And then if I find a flank, we should win the round. But do you always trust your A-side anchors to at least find 2? Like, that's the question, though.
You think I trust unKnights? Maybe. 50-50 sometimes. Well, unKnights, loading the 3, making the way towards B. Now this time at Alucard once again starts with a decent play. Famous. Pietro good for 1 as well. It goes back and forth all the way. 5 ago. Comics, a crucial kill here. Onto LSY, Raffin good for 2, and one round to the other. It goes back and forth, but Nemesis ultimately they will take the round. And yeah, this timeout is much needed here, and you can tell by their faces they're not happy about this one. I mean, come on, what happened? They had a good run, they had a decent couple of rounds in a row, and all of a sudden, boom, back into the co-pilot seat. Right?
Yeah, I mean, especially off the back of that timeout, like Nemesis haven't really reinvented the wheel. More so, I would definitely say they've just been a lot more aggressive, and it seems like unKnights are just unable to keep up to the tempo, right? Like you see that pistol peak climbing up the railing, and nobody's really aiming for a trade. Nobody finding good sequences. And to be honest, the round should have gone even worse. Like they should have really been more multi-kills in the past few. The M14 sprays not handled as well from some of the players at the side of Nemesis, and perhaps this is where things can take a turn for the better. At least that's what I'm thinking, right? Is that if there is grounds to turn things to the better on the side of unKnights, it is to take that time out and to say, hey guys, like we're not being concise enough. We need more speed, and we need a lot more confidence. And for that, I want them to actually not really go too far from what they were doing. Of course, they cannot really just fully repeat it, but maybe I want to see Famous integrated again into the main stack. Somebody else being the lurker, maybe LSY, because LSY is that good in the clutch, right? Like, yes, of course, when you have Famous, you're gonna really give him the luxury because he can do things that perhaps no other player in the West can. But I just think that what they need right now is more firepower in the system, and unfortunately for them, it's not the first time in neither this series or the previous one where it feels like there's some divine intervention for Nemesis, right? Like you aim at one of 3 players and that guy ends up being famous. And unfortunately, the rest of unKnights don't really have the firepower to cope anymore when famous goes down untraded. And that's perhaps where things will need to be a lot better, much better, definitely.
Question for me is, where is Famous right now? Where is he mentally? It seems like he's a little bit quiet. He has been quiet for a while. I mean, he started off with a banger, honestly. I mean, come on. He's just showing off at this point. But right now, I'd say he's really, really quiet. And you can really tell because ultimately, you know, when they were 4 and A, he was in mid, he gets picked off, the rest of the squad gets picked off as well. I mean, this is just not how it's supposed to be. And it's just the momentum, I'd say. I mean, once you lose it, it's hard to get it back, and they had it for a couple of rounds, like I mentioned earlier, right? So they definitely have to find it again.
Well, we'll see if that is going to be the case. For now, though, we're all tied 7-7. If they can hotel, so get a bit of map control over there. But I think what they're trying to do right now is that they're slowing down what is going to be the next 10-15 seconds, waiting to see if any of those players on the A site are going to take any peeks. And that's why I can find a kill there, or maybe HDZ on middle. And I think if they find neither, by the time the clock hits the 1 minute mark, they'll need to start moving. Because eventually you cannot really allow enough time for some of those A players. And look at that, lo and behold, right on the timing. And that's the kill for the sniper, exactly as prophesized.
It's actually quite funny. LSY was aiming way too high. He had to correct himself. But yeah, I mean, I was about to say, okay, Nemesis, they give them a lot of map control, and they just wanted to take some map control back, or at least have some info to play with, but kind of backfired, and now they have to live with the consequences. I mean, look at that. A is completely empty, and that's actually going to be an insane retake for Nemesis here. I mean, they gambled their lives away, and now they have to find a way back into the A side. And you can really tell unKnights are like, oh, what is happening? Okay, A side is clear. Okay, well, we take it, I guess. So, well, their spec finds one, and that makes their lives a little bit easier, though.
Yeah, a lot easier, because now you look at outside of those pillar positions, as Pietro alone could spot one for free, but it's going to be a matter of timing. He abandons the blacklist spawn, and that is going to be the backstab of the dream. Oh, he nearly gets a second, snugs it there for the rescue, and this time around, the healthy Famous is able to win that duel. Now Alucard, left alone, slightly softened by the HE, and the 417 gets the job done. Famous back to flying form. And that was a really well-played round from unKnights. They had an idea, they had a system, they got a little bit lucky that there were no duels in Hotel, but you can see their intentions on the map start to finish. And the fact that some of their key players won their duels there definitely made the round much easier for them. And I think that now Nemesis understands that, hey, if we give them too much map control, they can freeze the round on us, and we'll be the ones that will have to fight for information. And they don't want to do that, right? But very clearly, they do want to keep the A side held. And perhaps that is where things could be at their bane. Because if there's some mid presence from unKnights, they could definitely make a whole lot with this space. It's only Alucard on that side, but apparently, unKnights are happy enough to reroute into the A side.
Yeah, I love this decision making here from Nemesis. A triple stack onto the A bomb site. And it definitely will pay out. I hope they just are patient enough to wait a little bit longer. I mean, obviously, unKnights, they have no intention just yet. I mean, look at the bomb, still left on A long. They just want to see what they can see towards mid. Okay, there's nothing to be seen because, of course, Nemesis, they play very passive right now. I mean, they're literally just sitting on their bomb sites. And it seems like unKnights, they have an idea to actually go towards B this time. Okay, I mean, obviously, looking at the map, that's definitely the better decision. But eventually, Dipsy will peek in. He goes down, and that's very crucial here for Nemesis, though, because now they have a man disadvantage in this one.
Oh, back from Con. Also get another kill. Not ready for that duel. The underpass and the spam eventually is good enough. And mind you, Alucard is very low on HP, so they need to find Raffin quickly, but that's where unKnights can sometimes struggle, is that they're not ready for that kind of duel! That is heroic! from Raffin. A flash of brilliance from the man that has been so highly touted. And it leaves Comics after finding that initial kill on the Chinese. In a one-on-one, low HP on Snox, easy work for that M14. But talk about an elite round out of Raffin.
That's absolutely insane. Hey, you know what happens now? The the mental breakdown of this round is gonna be insane because not only have they lost a must-win round, but they also might eventually lose the entire series here because it's 8-8 right now. It's tiebreaker almost, right? Because whoever wins the next round, they basically secure overtime, right? So with a momentum like this, Nemesis, they should be unbeatable at this point. But we'll see what unKnights have to say about this one. I mean, Raffin comes in clutch. Absolutely insane highlight. I hope we see this one later again. And, well, unKnights, it seems like they're not going to waste any time towards A here.
But the triple stack is still on. Doesn't need to be perfect. First flash is good. Snox doesn't find a kill. How does Beck get away with 2? How does he even get the chance to do more? Thankfully, Famous is the hero. And he's going to answer 3 for 3, but he needs to find an ace clutch. And I think that, yeah, the man is brilliant, but aren't we asking a bit too much out of the man way too many times? Minute 30 on the timer. Evicts the A site. I'll definitely say the right call, but now the question becomes, do Alucard and Dipsy go aggressive on the hunt, or do they wait for Famous to make his own call, and then they can play for what is going to be a much easier 1-on-2?
Personally, I feel like stacking either side is probably the best decision. I mean, there's no point in hunting because they don't have to. They have the man advantage. They probably know that they have the HP advantage as well. So what Famous is doing is actually pretty smart. You know, he's giving himself a good position. He's giving himself almost a advantage, I would say. But yeah, I mean, Nemesis, they're just roaming around A and B right now. This is the perfect scenario. So again, like we had last round or like a couple of rounds ago, they are just, you know, staying in GR. So wherever the bomb gets planted, they have a quick rotation. And Famous, he has to find a way in. I mean, just one somehow would be the trick to actually make this one possible. Who but Famous, I'd say. Yeah, this is exactly what he needs. A 1v1 gun fight in this 1v2 situation. And he's looking for it. He's really hunting for it almost, I'd say. And Famous, he just needs 20 seconds on the board. There's no time for these kind of plays, and he's still looking for it. I mean, it's amazing. It's an ace clutch if he gets it, but 15 seconds time is not there, and he has to get it done, and Dipsy will find him, and this round means so much to them, and this is what I was mentioning earlier, right? I mean, come on. This momentum is definitely on Nemesis' side right now.
Yeah, but I mean, you know, we're singing praises of Famous and how great that was. But I really want to highlight out how cool Nemesis were in that clutch, right? Because Famous was doing something so smart. He wasn't committing to a single duel. He was like showing himself to one side of the window and then trying to peek on the other. But both Beck and Alucard were so calm in that duel that they didn't really give him anything. Oh, Alucard, not the time to go aggressive. Nemesis trying to switch out the optics, and this is Famous's revenge. Another hat trick from that man. And well, unKnights might be on for OT. They have Beck and Dipsy remaining. And they got nearly a full belt of utility, and now just a single player to worry about.
That went completely wrong so quick. I'm actually left for words. That was insane. Come on, guys. I mean, why was there a need for this gamble towards mid? I mean, you played it 3 times, I think, in a row to perfection. Just play on side, play calm. Don't go for these risky picks here and there. And in this last crucial round, I mean, obviously, you never know. Okay, give him that. But it's just, it feels so unfortunate because they could have had it in this round, it feels like.
I don't even know if anybody can have anything on Famous at this point. Like, I'm thinking about the span of the last 5 rounds and how much impact a single player has had. Like, this is a ridiculous form, right? Like when I see Famous playing on that level, I'm always thinking about like the prime of someone like Gouken, and how like he almost single-handedly destroyed the Chinese dynasty from one team in Brazil for like a couple of years. So that for me is something that, you know, I always see players like these. They're like aliens, man. Famous right now is an alien, to be honest.
Okay, yeah, well, he's definitely showing up. He's definitely showing that they're able to get this one to overtime, right? So, honestly, I am I'm not sure if... Okay, so let me get it straight, right? So if Famous continues to play like that, which I think is very, very hard, then I'd say unKnights, they have a great chance of bringing this one home. But, and now I have to be very, very realistic, Famous is definitely the GOAT, but he's not that type of GOAT, okay? I mean, he has to stop eventually. He has to rely on it as well, and the rest has to step up as well. Because Nemesis, they don't do too many mistakes, I'd say. Everyone is shooting, everyone is having a good day so far, but Famous is just too good.
Oh, absolutely. This guy is kind of ridiculous. But, hey, we'll have to wait and see if things do actually work out a bit better than for them in this one. Things start, a restart for unKnights to go back to global risk. And this time they're 3 stacking the A side. So they're like, hey, you know, maybe that works. Let us try it ourselves. And we'll see if that is going to be the case. So far for Nemesis, few pot shots, nothing too committed, but Pietro is gonna take the worst of that brunt. Short end of the stick for the IGL. Left on what is nearly like what 15 HP, 20 HP at the most. And while somebody's still there for that one, the timing from Famous is gonna be everything on that flank.
The player to watch out was famous, is famous, and will remain famous, honestly. But the squad finally making a way towards saying, let's see what's gonna happen here. Nemesis completely shut down, not even a single trade. That's amazing from unKnights right here. And it kind of, once again, it kind of tells the story about momentum, right? Everyone is hyped. Okay, Famous, thank you for carrying us into the overtime. And now the rest of the squad is trying to bring this one home, which I love to see. But for Nemesis, this one feels very, very hard to win.
Yeah, and well, I mean, for Nemesis, now it's another swap. So they didn't find success on the A side initially. Put in some more presence really on the outside of A position. But I like the fact that they're keeping the pressure on, right? So they're forcing some of those players on the side of unKnights to use utility, like renewal the smoke is one thing. But they've used a couple of those flashes and HEs. And eventually, they're still going to go back towards middle, and that means that HDZ's duel is everything. Spotted there by Raffen. They could try to outnumber him if they want to, but also the players in deeper positions at mid could definitely smoke mid out, and then they can go back to underpass. And with the way that unKnights have rotated, a reroute towards the B side seems like it's going to be nearly free. unKnights are going to only have Famous as the sole line of defense, who even walks into the underpass himself. That one-on-one carries severe implications for either sides, but when it's Famous on the other side, you always expect the kill feed to go one way, and at least for now, it has. Can he find more? That is the question. Comics on one side, Beck on the other, a second and a third for Famous, as he's looking to close it out against Alucard and Nipsey, and apparently nobody is gonna stop that man. 4 kills to his name. And the bus is still on. Conductor Famous wants to take unKnights to the stage.
And you know what? It looks too easy. It looks way too easy. Back goes down so early in the round. It looks so easy for Famous. Let me tell you something. I watched this guy play. I was sitting next to him for hours. I watched him play. It looks easy. Once I sit on his setup, hell no. This is not gonna happen, right? So anyway, yeah, 11-9 unKnights, they are definitely showing up. They are trying to bring this one home, and looking at their, you know, at their history. Hold on. Snox will find Raffen. Okay, quick kill. Let me actually hold on to this thought right now. Snox will eventually go down. Dipsy will find him. The rest of the squad has to show up eventually. I mean, this looks yeah, pretty for unKnights so far. I mean, this should and somewhat easy retake, I'd say, because it's a 2v4, right? The bomb isn't planted just yet. There comes the flash, and they're not wasting any time. They're jumping in, overrolling Dipsy here. Maybe a kill here, and LSY actually dies from damage. That's quite funny. But the bomb will get defused though, and unKnights, they look unbeatable right now.
Yeah, perfect form. I mean, considering their initial GR side, the fact that they went 3-0 here, it's a marvel, to be honest. Even with the kind of form that, you know, we're talking about the momentum, talking about the stretch of form that Famous has found here. Man, like this nearly felt like it was a little bit worrying, right? But they started off on the right foot. The 3 players stuck on the A side, very proactive on their rotations, and then Famous just shows up for a quad kill in the midway. So I guess not a lot is going to be needed on that side. They only need 1 round on what is already their better Blacklist side.
Yeah. Man, let me tell you this. If unKnights finds a way to bring this one home and, you know, put the map to their name, I feel like if we are going to Eagle Eye 2.0, when I look at the history, they had a 10-8 whipping. Well, you know, Nemesis, they won 10-8, right? So this was already very, very close. And with the way this is going right now, if there is a chance, I believe if unKnights wins this map, they will also win, or they have a, let me say this. Let's say they have a great chance of winning Eagle Eye, right?
Yeah. I mean, at this kind of level, with basically being Famous as like second best map. Case there, but that's a great work from Dipsy. Nemesis start off on the right foot. It's been a hot minute since we've seen anybody using the balcony up top here. Not really the most orthodox of positions, so it could be a problem for unKnights if they're not prepared for a duel like that. And HDZ might be testing that line. Comics first. He's gonna be mainly looking towards bridge, I would assume, right? Like that's what they're trying to do. Like a 2-player setup on bridge. Beck really unaccounted for, but now that he's been figured out, might be traded. Not gonna be the case. Famous. Pressure from players on the other side. Still alive, yes, but it has become a 2-on-4. And that flash from Beck, that really was perfect. It's at least 1 for LSY, but C4 is in no man's land. Actually, no, never mind. It is in Nemesis's land, to be fair. 3 players all on top of it. And they're just gonna be holding every single contingency for LSY. Every angle he goes, there's someone from Nemesis. And I don't think that LSY is going to be expecting Beck to be this close up. So, should be an easy round. 10 on the board, double digits indeed confirmed. Nemesis still needs to find 2 more to bring it to golden round.
Okay, here we go. 12 from 10. Nemesis, they are climbing back. Even though it's a very, very hard way to climb back. But they are trying to do it. And, well, okay, sure, yeah. I mean, yeah, guys, you got it. Don't worry about it. I'll be right back.
Pretty much, yeah. It's like, oh, wait, I fell. Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a little bit weird, but obviously, unKnights, they play very, very slow this time around because they know, okay, our heavy player is not here right now. So, I don't know what to say about this one.
No, look, it's the refresh, recharge mentality, right? Like, he's probably reaching for something to eat right now. But, hey, let's hope that there's still hunger for the rest of unKnights as they're keeping Famous alive and spawn.
I've never seen something like this.
Hey, first times for everything. Perhaps it's the first time that we're seeing Blacklist basically saying, hey, we're protecting the VIP. Mr. VIP himself, hopefully, he's going to be back soon because there's definitely a lot of like worrying signs.
Yeah, you know what?
That round.
If I'm not wrong, I think he has like 2 minutes to start moving. Otherwise, he gets kicked from the game. But I don't know. We'll see. Maybe he just has timing and he starts moving eventually. I don't know. I mean, technically, we'll see if the timer reaches like 30 seconds. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that has changed over the years. I don't know. But we'll see if he comes back. Hey, he starts moving.
There you go.
Okay, same guys.
And it's even better. We got first blood. Getro's already on one. Dipsy left on 9 points of health. Good trade on Raffin. But LSY needs to be wary of the second. Very up close and personal. He was going to take that duel. But Comics fell back. Really found the timing there. Good damage from the M14. And this one is actually gone. That's great. It's Famous and HDZ. The first gone. The second is also gonna be dished out damage thanks to Alucard's pistol. 2 kills from that man. And the golden round is feeling more and more like a reality. Imagine if they actually were playing the round from the start, man. Just imagine.
Yeah. I mean, there's something going on. Not sure. I think Snox is also gone. Maybe they're having some tech issues, I guess. But yeah, nonetheless, I mean, could you imagine? Oh, here you go. He's back. Could you
imagine if they won the
what-
round there? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that would be insane. That would be so funny. But let me tell you this. So they didn't win, right? So
Yeah.
what could have been the case with Famous actually being there? So let me tell you this. If they actually somehow lose this now, I mean obviously Famous carried them to even this point, right? But if they actually lose this now, oh boy, I don't know what to say about this one. It feels very, very heavy on their shoulders.
Yeah, so I guess let's see if that is going to be the case for now. They have a bit of a tech pause, hoping that Famous is going to be back in due time. But it also brings it back to the same point, right? Like momentum, it nearly be fully stunted now. And unKnights got 2 chances to close it out. Like, if they don't get it here, it's golden round, and then the pressure amplifies. And hey, Famous is back, but my worry is, are they even gonna be ready to close it off? Like the man is like, hey, I must be on my best look when I take down Nemesis. Like he really just is a different breed of players. And hey, like credit to him. I think that Famous has been playing since what 2015, I think is when I first saw him playing the game. But he might even be playing before that, because I think that Seki was talking about that very initial Carbon in 2013, in the very first stars. I wasn't watching CrossFire at the time, to be fair, but that means that what he's nearly had a 15-year professional career, and he's still on this level to this day, by the way.
Yeah, I mean honestly, there's a lot of jokes that I could do right now. I mean, we spend a lot of time at CFS, right? So I don't think he would be mad at me. But he started when he had a full head of hair, and you see what happens to you if you play too much Crossfire, right? I mean,
wasn't he wearing like those bandanas initially, or am I wrong?
Oh, I don't know. But when he was, of course, there's one video. I think, like, I don't know, maybe a sniper tutorial or something, where he was very shy, very careful what he's saying, and obviously he looked very, very different to what he looks right now, right? So a lot of time has passed all throughout the years. I mean, same with Snox, right? I mean, Snox. When you go to optics, I don't think he changed too much, but obviously he has such a long career path, right? And he's still here, still playing. He's basically, I would say, the only one from the golden flip side or golden V roster that is still here. Maybe even Penta. I'm going way back. I mean, ancient times, honestly.
Yeah. Like I think that we've gone way past the line, right? Like there's that, but there's definitely like a lot of other. Would you say that this is the golden age for the West, or would you say that like here's the thing? Of course, there have been some really good results in the earlier iterations, like, but I feel like, at least for now, that's the one thing that I'm thinking about, is that the entire level of the competition have gone up, right? If you think about the league as a whole, maybe internationally we're not doing as good, but I think that this is a good infrastructure for like the next 6 years or so. We're thinking that far ahead in the future, right? Like, I'm thinking about a team like Imperium and how much they've improved between the 2 seasons. Teams like Anubis and 3BL also, and how it only took them 1 season to go from being like outside chances, dark horses, to now being genuine contenders. And in the last couple of years, if you're thinking of 2021 or 2022, or even the formulation of the West League, I would think it would take the teams at least a year to get up to this level.
Yeah, I will come back to this topic shortly because I feel like they're about to push towards A here onto Raffen. But yeah, there's definitely a lot to say about history and teams and whatnot, right? So Snox pushing up the stairs. Raffen leaves the side alone. That's a little bit unfortunate, weird, almost. I'd say Raffen will go down. Snox hits him, and that gives away bomb side A here. Very crucial mistake, I would say. And now Nemesis will have no time to wait at all. Alucard good for one, but that is why he finds almost everyone. 4 kills to his name. That's an amazing play here from him, though.
Yeah, just in the right time. I was talking about how this guy is a clutch factor, and they needed it there. Like, sure, it was a massive blunder from Nemesis and Raffen in particular, but they almost really gave it away back when they just allowed those fence players to work their way through. But again, perhaps just a little bit of fortune, something that unKnights really needed. But that was such a hard-fought battle, and one of the maps that is supposed to be the best for unKnights. But hey, credit where it's due. A very off start, but even with that slower start, they're just able to pick up the pace, like almost from first to fifth gear. And we'll see if that is going to be enough to make this series a competition. This time, it's a 1-1 tie, and we'll have to hear from our panel what they think about this Ankara.
To be honest, if you remove Famous from the equation, I would say that Nemesis wins this game 100%. But Famous is here, and that guy been just shooting heads, and man, like, I couldn't follow how many times that guy made like a clutch, or maybe how many I believe like he had like 2 quads or 3 quads in this game. Like, he's just shooting heads each and every round, and even when we went to overtime, he casually dropped a couple of triple kills here and there.
Well, let's not forget that he's the one who made unKnights go to the overtime, because he expected the absolute push that I would love to say that Nemesis, hey, everybody knows about your absolute push, and he expected it. So I guess you should stop doing it, or maybe reconsider doing something else, because we've seen Nemesis doing this round multiple times, and they yet chose one of the most important rounds in their day to do such a round, which is was quite readable. Famous just instantly killed Alucard, turned it to a long, killed 3 players, because he knows it's 1 AC, 3 players along, and the rest coming from B long. So well played by Famous, of course. And let me tell you that this game shouldn't have gone to the overtime, because a lot of clutches came from Nemesis. We've seen a 2v4 where Raffen just killed 2-3 players casually on the underpass. We've seen a lot of clutches coming out from Beck. Beck did like 1v2 in a fashion way in the black side when he pushed underpass and killed the guy who was pushing him, and he wasted the time for the diffuser. He just played it very good and played it to the perfection. But I want to highlight one thing, and we need only to talk about this round. The round that it was 12-11, the last round for unKnights, where Raffen was single-handedly holding a side as an anchor alone. And they were stacking mid and B side. It was a blind call coming from Nemesis. Till this moment, everything's fine. Then suddenly Petru just throws a fake to mid, pushes underpass, so he is running into a stack. Normally you wouldn't go, but he rotated.
Exactly, and yeah, they kept repeating the same things over and over again. And going back to your point, yeah, I believe that Team Nemesis had some really good things to actually accomplish.
Yeah, well, yeah, I want to just go back to this one again. So Raffen, he was staying on the site alone, so he was the anchor. The anchor means that you never rotate. You only rotate on the C4. So he was staying on the side. Petru just single-handedly faked mid. He pushed underpass. All the players rotated to the side, which is the side that they had a stack at. It was a stack mid and B coming from Nemesis, and Petru faked mid. So normally you wouldn't move an inch because you are already stacking. Then just Raffen left the side and they had the side freely. I thought that there's a comeback from Nemesis because Nemesis played very good, and we've seen Famous. I guess he had some tech issues. He had to leave his PC to fix something in his PC. We've seen it, and then he came back. So it was very close for Nemesis to come back. That's why I wanted to highlight this round, because this round showed a lot of miscommunications coming out from Nemesis. That's why probably you've seen unKnights better, because in my opinion, Nemesis, they won by clutches, but unKnights, they had a good read.
So you're telling me that Nemesis won by clutches. On the other side, you had Famous just like accumulating multiple kills each and every round. I would say that, like, yeah, if we didn't see like those mini clutches coming out from Nemesis, I would say that uh, uh, unKnights did the same. Like both can just rely on their uh, I would say individuals, but when it comes to unKnights, I would say that they have a couple of individuals that needs to get nerfed, like especially famous. That guy been doing some wonderful work to the team. On the other side, like, yes, Nemesis had like some I would say 1v3s, 2v3s to 1, but I would always go to uns being having the really better hand on this department. And I would say, of course, like that guy casually walking in the map and doing some really great work, and that's why like famous been known as one of the greatest players in CF
Yeah.
history.
Yeah, exactly. He's one of the best. I mean, he's doing very good. And usually, we said a player to watch. It's famous, of course. We are watching this guy just dropping multi-frags everywhere, triple kills, double kills, clutches, pulling grounds, trying to get 1v4. And yes, he lost it, but he got 3k. And I mean, he's trying his best to put unKnights into the form. And finally, now we are actually seeing a different scenario because other than the game that they started on these playoffs, because it was 3-0 in favor of Nemesis, but now unKnights, and it was 10-4 on Ankara, by the way, for in the favor of Nemesis on the first time. Now it's 13-11, and famous, of course, he's the MVP of this set because he had like multiple multi-frags now. So it's 1-1, and everybody's on the take now.
Yeah, of course, it's 1-all for the scoreboard, and it feels like it's going back and forth between Nemesis and unKnights. And ironically, I believe that unKnights, they need to secure this one to get closer and closer to EWC. But keep in mind, this might be the knockoff for Team Nemesis if they lost this game. That's the thing, like we were mentioning earlier on this season, not in the season, earlier in this broadcast. Like once we said, like they got the runner-up position on the first season, like season 1 in 2026, and season 2 2026. If they got to the 5th place, they will be knocked off the EWC. But yet again, they're keeping a LAN, like a small line for TEC to be participating in some international events. But I believe before we head to game number 3, we will head to a small break and get back to you guys after a short amount of time.
but he wants to choose. Oh, it's gonna be that 50-50 here. You don't check him from up above, and he is gonna rain. Now on the right angle, should be able to find the multi-kill, and there it is. Yeah, mops and all. Find himself falling. Another happy tap away. Here we go. The last couple of rounds will be this time too. Last play, multi-kill. Able to find up some triple kill action.
Missed us? Probably not. We had just like a short break, 2 minutes to wait until the third game is kicked off between those two big teams. And of course, we have Nemesis and unKnights. If you're just joining the stream, the score is 1-0 for both teams, and now we're kicking off the third map, Eagle Eye 2.0 and Few Penguin. Like Eagle Eye, which side are you rooting for?
Why did you ask me? I mean, why did you ask me this? Because I didn't want this question. Ask me maybe on Port Lacuida, any other map but Eagle Eye, because they both play Eagle Eye pretty much the same. I'm not gonna say perfectly good, but it's pretty much the same. If they are both average, then it's the same for both sides. If unKnights is playing very good, then you'll see Nemesis as well playing very good. It's very tough to decide who's gonna be winning this, but I believe that we're seeing Nemesis kind of falling down a bit, and they are lacking some confidence. And the other side, we are seeing unKnights having a better confident level. They are having a better game reactions, game movements, and they are playing faster. Petro's having freedom to move and fake himself and doing a very good job. So I mean, unKnights, if they continue playing the same, I believe that Eagle Eye might be going for unKnights. And if Eagle Eye went to unKnights, we probably might see the downfall of Nemesis. But this is too much to ask from unKnights, honestly, because I still expect that Nemesis overall should be winning the series.
So overall, you're expecting Nemesis to win this series, but at the same time in Eagle Eye, you feel that maybe going back and forth.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
It is still going back and forth between both teams. Like
Nemesis. I'm saying, in the end, Nemesis. But
you're still with Nemesis.
Yeah, I'm still with Nemesis. I'm still with Nemesis. Probably you're still with unKnights because you are 1-1 now. So we might be going to fifth map. I don't know.
I'm calling it four mappers in this series.
Okay.
Whether team takes it on, like the winner of this map will take the entire series. So I might be wrong. Like still, you're the expert, and I believe that we have two more experts on the caster's desk. So Pando and Volt, take it away. And guys, just to ask you like a small question: are you still going with Nemesis on this one?
To be fair, Sekio, started to get a little bit shaky in terms of my own prediction, but just to actually bring it back to an earlier point, I'm sorry, look guys, I love the game, okay? I've been introduced to CrossFire ever since a very young age, much like most of our Egyptian compatriots, to the net cafes and everything, but I'm just going to say it, unfortunately, I don't think I'm as much of an expert as you are, Pando, in terms of the game circuit. So yeah, I guess to be called as an expert like you, I guess that, hey, it's an honor for me. But right now, there's an honorable man in the server, the man himself, of course, famous, who you have taken the map by storm. But I actually want to take it over to another player on that side of the unKnights team, which is HTC. Because I feel like this game is really going to rely upon him and Alucard, both of which have had good games, but neither of which have had like world breakers, game winners in like that term of the word.
Yes, well, I'm still wondering who the experts are, but we're just gonna ignore that. No, I'm just kidding. So yeah, question is, yeah, I mean, this is Nemesis map pick, of course, and like I mentioned before, this last time when they met each other on that map, it was very close, 10-8 in favor of Nemesis, so I expect this one to be a very, very close matchup. At least it would pretty much surprise me if that would not be the case, and yeah, we will definitely take an eye on, keep an eye on Famous as always, of course, there's just no way around it, and of course HZ as well. And of course, on the other side of things, Alucard has been very decent. I mean, of course, Dipsy had his moments. I want Comics once again to step it up big time, because in the very first map we saw he was definitely on point, right?
Oh, absolutely. But well, let's see if that is going to be the case. Nemesis as a whole, like playing a little bit forward. Maybe not as crazy as like a 3BL, but they're a team that are not scared of having a very aggressive setup. And you can look at that on the A side. Unfortunately, though, that means the comics is kind of dead to right. If they take a push, right call, that is always going to be him down. And now they need to break this entire play to try to recover some B-side control. But thankfully enough, if Famous goes down early, that means that they also have gained a sigh of relief in terms of, hey, they don't have to really worry as much about presence on the other side of the map now. And the bridge call is important. Very close from Dipsy, and he's going to go down early. So now it's all on Raffen on the whole.
LSY not wasting any time. Snox will take out Raffen, and the bomb will be planted back and Alucard. In this clutch scenario, good timing here from Alucard. He's a little bit off actually. And yeah, his teammate is nowhere to be seen just yet. He has to come closer as well. And I feel like this is going to be a very tough retake unless Alucard pulls off something miracle here. That's a beautiful start into this clutch. Potential second Snox will actually take him out. HZ will find back. And yeah, what a decent round here from unKnights. And it seems like they really found their confidence in this one so far.
Oh, absolutely. Perhaps that's like one of the most worrying signs for anyone else on the other side that if unKnights are actually on form. I don't think that there are many teams in the world that can stop them, especially with all of their players playing to that level. But right now, they traded 1 for 1. Not the worst, not the best either. So it's a world where they're not going to really be too fussed about how things are going to end out. But that does mean then they need to be very careful on the side of Nemesis, and that they are doing so. Right? Like, you look at their hold. This time, this hold feels like a lot more defensive in comparison to the one from round 1. Even the player on the B side, which is Dipsy now, I decided, hey, I don't really need to play as close to the stairs. I can play at the very back of hotel. And that is pretty much the default, right? Like, I think what Comics is trying to do is to try to catch the side of unKnights off guard. But very clearly, not going to be an easy fight. And we were saying how both teams are very comfortable here on this map. And I think that this is going to be a massive factor also in terms of what our expectations are. And I want to know, what are you expecting out of this one? Do you think it's going to be as close as the Ankara? Or do you think that maybe with how close unKnights actually brought it over on round 1, that maybe unKnights are going to be capable of closing what they started in the first best of 5?
I expect nothing but the best from basically everyone here, and we'll see if Alucard will meet my expectations. He finds one, LSY, good for the trade. Snox will find one as well. Raffen goes down. Dipsy, good for the trade, but the damage has been done, and Pietro barely standing on his feet right now. And of course, they know he's weak. LSY, ooh, that fight is a little bit uncomfortable here for Dipsy. And 25 seconds on the board. The bomb will eventually be planted. Now the timing is key here. Dipsy, a little bit unfortunate. Well, Pietro wasn't even going to pick, but will they check his position? They will not, and that's a crucial mistake. 1v1 situation. Comics, the guy I was mentioning earlier, now has to step it up. The timing is beautiful, but the aim is not there just yet. But whew, basically gets away with it. That was a little bit too close for comfort, but he will find a round. And again, I expect nothing but the best on this one, because I feel like this is very, very close head-to-head.
And that is the great thing about like the M14, right? The 417 obviously gives you the one-tap potential, where players like Famous can perhaps do the best with it, but the M14 is such a forgiving weapon compared to the spread. And I feel like that really was an M14 did in that sequence, but the M14 continues to shine. Comics, again, back to being a bit more aggressive. And apparently, unlike the first round, unless are really, I feel like they're a lot more pressed to get space, even though there's a lot of time left in the round, but they themselves feel like they actually want to take those duels that aggressively, which doesn't always pan out well, and Nemesis might have a really good read against them, because if you look at what they're doing, they're double pushing those hotel stairs, and that means that Snox and HDZ might have no space to play. But my one worry is, when will unKnights actually try different avenues, right? They haven't split through mid. I don't know if they've seen Comics see the barrel, so that should be the kill. And there's nobody else to support him now because they've inserted Comics and decided to back off to play a heavier A stack. So a reroute again towards B. Well, Nemesis have got to basically keep up their cardio because they have been running all throughout the last minute and a half.
Yeah. Honestly, I don't know what Comics was thinking there. I mean, there's always a risk factor, right, when you go for something like he did, and I don't know, man. I feel like he could have avoided that one, just play it safe, stay in hotel,
Yeah.
stay on bridge, whatever, right? So I don't know, man. He definitely made it a little bit harder for his team to bring this one home, but well, it's not the end of the world, of course. I mean, it's still a very equal round so far. Back being tested, the timing is absolutely horrifying. And there's Alucard trading, good for one, not for the second. HTC will take him out. It goes back and forth all the way. Raffen, last man standing, no HTC. In a must clutch situation. Ooh, again, the timing is absolutely wild, but there's Raffen with the pistol. Not even close for him, though.
Yeah, he's able to hold it off so well. Nemesis again, just like Penguin have said, in the clutch, stepping up, but unKnights have been given way too many leads early on, and whilst Nox has seemingly found his best form yet in this best of 5, the rest of the team needs to be the ones to perhaps level up a little bit in this game, and we'll see if that is going to be the case or not. Famous taking the rest of the team to what seems to be a fairly aggressive A site setup, but there are 3 players on the A site and one not even that far off in terms of a rotation.
Raffen might be in the key position here. He's very open though, so as soon as they spot him, he's absolutely dead. Unless Pietro, I think he spotted him there. He gets so many new situations here while he goes in. Gets to LSY, good for 2 as well. Back to once again. And back is overrun eventually. Now Dixie and Comics have to find this one to make it even possible, but Comics already pretty weak on his HP, and the bomb hasn't even been planted yet, so they could have waited a little bit longer, I guess. And this tower position is always a little scary, I feel like, because you're just open from every single spot on this map, it feels like. But it might eventually pay out in this round, though.
I mean, they're going through the one position that the tower isn't going to have a look at them initially. He'll have to look at B, and there it is. Eventually, the tower makes good, and Snox at least clears over the one. But he's so wary of Dipsy and his whereabouts that he didn't pick up the C4. He's seen Dipsy. He knows he's coming up the stairs, but Dipsy can afford to be patient. There's a lot of time left in the round. And Dipsy routes back towards the very long route of the A site. 40 on the timer. So that means that Snox most likely getting the C4, putting the bomb down, as I say, but apparently not. He rotates towards A, and Dipsy I just played him like a fool. Oh, the unscope nearly had my heart racing. But that's the 3rd time that Nemesis just outreads their opposition.
How do you feel in Snug's position? I mean, it's a little bit awkward almost, right? It's like, okay, I saw him. Yeah. I know where he basically is. And then it's like, okay, you know what? He's not coming. If he's not coming to me, I'm just switching positions. And then he gets sniped. That's absolutely hilarious. Back once again, pushing mid. I love him so much. He just goes in, makes a cheeky play, gets only one. It's just a little bit too... It's not good enough. Like, you lose at least 2 with these kind of plays, right? And yeah, as I'm yapping, the round goes on, and all of a sudden it's a 2v2, 30 seconds into this round. LSY, very weak on HP. Snox is taken out. Alucard now has a chance together with Dipsy to find this one, and I'm not sure what's going on here. I mean, we've been talking so much, and if I'm looking at the score right now, 3-1, potentially 4-1 soon, this is looking a little bit scary for unKnights.
I think a little bit of an understatement, to be honest. It is so concerning for what is going to happen for unKnights, because they can't really find any space to breathe. You know, if we're going to be truthful about this one. I'm trying to look at and think, hey, like, at what they can do to win, right? They tried the A play. They are unable to break down the hold. They try to play for B. Sometimes they get the early control, but Comics and Dipsy have been a bit of an enigma for them, and look at that angle, so unexpected. Comics get the early confirmation, and nobody's looking over at the bridge. By the time they do, his swing, and that is going to be a 2-on-2 for the end, but mind you, there's already an initial kill found anyways, so probably another round over.
You know, the elephant in the room, and I have to mention it. Who is definitely not performing right now? It is Famous, though. And I'm not blaming him, of course not. But Famous is such a big factor in this team. And once he is not performing up to his levels, you can really, really, really feel it right now. I mean, not
Yeah.
a single frag on the server right now. And, well, the scoreline basically tells the story. And once again, back with this peak through mid, he spots Pietro. You will find him, though. You will take him out as well. That's just beautifully done. I mean, HTZ 6 and 4. He is having an okay time for his standards, I'd say. So he needs to pull off a miracle, and it seems like he's taking the wrong direction here. Eventually, they will take a swing, and the trade might be there. It might not even be needed. Refn just takes him out, and 5-1 is the scoreline, though.
Wow. Like, yeah, like, give credit to the side of Nemesis. They played a really good game, and you'd usually say that unKnights would have the clutch factor over most of the other teams in the world, but not going to be the case here today. That is just one-way traffic. And unfortunately, I don't think that this traffic is going to be stopping anytime soon. Very obviously that Nemesis has got what it takes, but you're talking about Famous. I'm not even going to like single out Famous for this one. I think that there's a lot more than the entirety of the roster can do. And I want to see if they're actually going to be able to deliver on that, right? Like, that's the thing that I'm thinking about, is that I want to see how far they can go as a unit, right? Because so far the trading hasn't been there. And just like when the Ankara went wrong, remember in the last time that they met, I'm looking at this and I'm thinking like, yeah, they're not ready at all. Not one bit. Like, the duels just always catches them off guard.
This is basically what I was saying earlier, right? I mean, you hit the nail there. You cannot always rely on Famous, right? And once he's not performing, you need to figure it out. And honestly, one thing that comes to my mind, for example, how is Beck able to push through middle so many times without being contested? I mean, yes, he usually only gets one, which quite frankly isn't enough in my opinion, but he's still able to. He still is able to make so much noise, so much trouble in their comms, right? Oh, one guy's pushing mid, guys. Okay, I got him, blah, blah. But then, you know, A Long is pushing. Maybe B Long is also making some trouble here and there. So that's definitely coming into the factor here as well. And I mean, look at Pietro right now. Usually, I mean, he was laying back in his chair like Famous does right now, right? I mean, he's like, okay, I don't know what to do right now, guys. We need to figure it out and let's find a way back in, guys.
Yeah, I mean, of course, that is going to be their hope, that they can find that way back, but it's never really a promise that they can. And that's the thing. Like, more than half of that blacklist half is over. Famous hasn't found his footing yet, and just like, you know, mentioned in Pietro, I feel like they haven't really called the comprehensive game. Like, they definitely have a lot of good ideas. Perhaps where I'm saying this from is that I don't see them poking and prodding every single opportunity that they have. That's the thing that I want to see happen. That's the thing that they need to get started on, and they haven't started on that yet. Well, now though, we're back into the game. There it is, another mid play early on, but they really conceded that B long control, and they're hoping that they can somehow find a way to kill that Avatar.
Yes. So they definitely have to find a way. No chances so far. Famous already down to half HP, so I don't know, not the greatest start into the round. And yeah, I mean, yeah, let's start slowly. Let's see what we can find. Let's not get killed from mid once again from back, right? So far it's looking a little bit better, but that's only because nothing has happened yet, right? So Dipsy, very aggressive on the bridge. There he actually gets leg shot, I believe. I'm pretty sure someone hit his leg there. So yeah, I mean, slowly but surely, they get some damage done. And back once again, of course, who else would fight mid? And Famous will go down once again. Famous, I believe, has not found a single frag so far, and that is just very, very crucial for the entire squad, though.
Yeah, unfortunately, not really the case. You see Famous not finding his footing for that long in a day, but hey, it's only one game, at least even one half, really. He hasn't been the hero, so this is really the place where the rest of the team need to step up. One last chance. Dipsy here, holding the line by the staircase, and very patient. They actually drop down on him. Great flick on the first. Knows where Snox is and eventually outnumbered by both him and Raffin. Pietro good for 1. And there are 2 out of those 3 that are rather low on HP as well. So there's definitely grounds for more to be had here if they are careful. But they seem to be more than enough careful for Pietro. Good timing on the IGL. Elgin is going to go down. 6 rounds on the board for Nemesis. Even the timeout is not enough to save unKnights.
Yeah, I love this decision making here. 3 against 1 and they still go back. Give them the side, give them the bomb, doesn't matter. Let's retake if necessary, and they don't even have to. And I don't know what to tell you, man. This is falling apart big time, and I keep repeating myself, but back once again had so much control over mid, right? And that's an insane shot as well. They just don't seem to find a way to stop back, and of course the entire rest of the squad either, right? So I don't know. I mean, look at these fights; they look way too easy. And on the other side of things, unKnights, they just can't find to seem. They just can't find to kills, trades, whatever, you name it, right? And one by one, these rounds fall apart, and that scoreline is absolutely ridiculous considering how they played last time around. It was such a close matchup, and they perform a lot better than last time, right? And I don't know what's happening.
Absolutely, last time around, it was Subways and this that were the close maps, and Ankara was the one that felt like it was one-way traffic. Right now it's the opposite, where Nemesis are just basically running them down. I don't really see any way back for unKnights in this one. 8 rounds to 1 on the side swap. And, well, it seems like that it might be a 3-1 after all if it continues to be that way. It was 10-8 last time around. This time, they only need, like, what, 2 more rounds? And they're going to only have unKnights frozen on the one round. Like, I'm still shocked, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, rightfully so. I don't know what's going on here. They looked so convincing. I mean, yeah, it was their map pick on Ankara, and obviously you could argue, okay, well, they should have won because, you know, it's their map pick, but it was still very close. We went to overtime, very much thanks to Famous, and again, I don't want to pick on him too much because he has been absolutely amazing the entire day so far, right? But it just tells the story. Without him, like, without any kind of play from him, that's the story. And well, we'll see once we are back into the game if they have an idea how to come back from this one, because obviously it's very, very possible, but very, very hard to do because look at that, 8-1. That's insane.
Yeah, so we'll see if that is going to be the case or not. Insanity is all we've had for the first 9. But now unKnights on the defense might have a real chance. Alucard and Comics, very patient. And, you know, when you're on this kind of a lead, you don't really feel any pressure. You know that you can slow down the pace and let unKnights play the round. And unKnights almost bringing the fight a bit too close. Famous down to half health as is. But still on the A side after all. And Snock spotted close to Hotel. That's why LSY is there for support. They find first blood. This round becomes 10 times easier, but Dipsy not really given an easy chance. Still LSY. That was lightning fast on the initial kill. And I think that they have an idea that there must be a trade. It's just a question of whether or not Nemesis are going to make a commitment, because unfortunately for Nemesis, it seems like even then are making all the wrong calls on BL.
Yeah, might be because of their confidence right now, because they feel, I don't know what to tell you, they don't seem to lose, right? So can't really blame them for making cheeky plays here and there, just, you know, running in one by one like that. I mean, come on, that just looks way too easy, and they expect it to happen all the time. Of course, unKnights, they're not gonna have you do that all the time. So I mean, look at this. Pietro and Famous are dead, right? So they definitely had the upper hand for a while, but now all of a sudden, I would say this is still a very doable round for Nemesis, even though Beck and Alucard are very low on HP. Well, correct me here, Snox will find one, HZ will find one as well. Comics, only 3, can he pull it off? He's pretty sure. Comics, what can he do? He's not able to find anything. He just, well, dies to LSY, and we see some kind of relief almost, I would say, for unKnights here. They get around, they get the views, and hopefully we'll see some more.
I mean, and not only did they get the round, the fashion that they get it in, right? Like, Nemesis just walking. Like, they're not even running to anything. Meanwhile, you look at unKnights, they've made like a lot of calls, right? Like LSY asking for support, or it's rather Slots asking for LSY's support. And them fighting those initial kills there at the B site made things a lot easier. But well, speaking of Hotel, is forced to be conceded this time around, and the bridge duel is going to be even more important. LSY needs to keep his wits about him. I like this from Nemesis. They played a very slow first round, but now they've kind of closed most of the distance, and they're able to cross underneath. Maybe some pressure on LSY, so he needs to be careful. Backs off. Playing for the site, so middle is open, and this is where some of the problems could be, because Raffin could find an impeccable timing here. It could break the entire round. It doesn't even need to push in. If he's just sitting in that connector, he could have caught Famous on the rotation, but since he's playing a little bit passive, Famous is given passageway, and now this B-side defense could be a lot easier for unKnights.
Nemesis, they will make their move towards B here. LSY, the first contact here. Not a kill though. Comics pushes onto the bomb site with his pistol out, finds LSY. That's a beautiful start into this attack. And well, the rest, of course, can blame Snox for pulling back here. I mean, he has to wait for some recovery strats, and Raffin will go down in the process. That's a pretty good statement into this one. There's Dipsy, finds Famous once again. It's just so unfortunate. I mean, Dipsy, he has the right call. Look at this. It looks so easy to him. He just finds 2 in this round. What's an HTZ? Last man standing. Make it HTZ. Now he has to pull something up. He finds Dipsy though. Can he find a second? Timer is taking 15 seconds, and they know it. They know they have a lot of time. They have the upper hand. And HTZ, he just can't find this one. He finds one more. Alcott will go down, but that is about it. Beck will find him pushing the rounds to number 9, and this one might just be over in no time.
I think it might be over in this round at this point. Like, we need to see a massive turnaround for unKnights, who started off okay, to be honest. That initial nade from LSY did his work on Beck, but didn't really slow Beck from taking that space. I'm surprised that unKnights aren't willing to be a little bit more aggressive in their play for this round, but not shying away from some of those duels. He's Famous keeping Beck pretty awake in that initial sequence, and his nade nearly found the mark, but apparently Famous knows how to play off of that util, and now he's got support. Pietro and Famous, the 1-2 that could break down that A-side take. The question then is if it's going to be a commitment, because there's plenty of time. The one thing that I don't like about Nemesis' take here is that they put all their players towards the A site, and sure, even if they go for the take, if it works, it's great. If it doesn't work, they have no way back into the B site, so they need to be successful here. And they're trying to sell their footing. ATC down very early. Famous drops down, so there are no trades on the other side. At least Pietro finds this one, and Famous, figured out by the shooting, he still is going to put up decent numbers. Due to his name, enough time for Snox to show up and shut Dipsy down. That's Alucard gone as well. Much better from unKnights this time around. But Nemesis really put themselves in a position where there was no go impact. Once they lost that initial duel, unfortunately, things couldn't have gone any worse. And it's all because of Famous decided not to show his presence early on. So Nemesis were not aware to trade as fast as they probably should have.
Yeah, I feel like they just took a little bit too long for the push. I mean, you could tell that unKnights, they already secured belong. They were slowly but surely making their way towards mid, and they had all the map control they needed. They had so much info. They had a triple stack on A, so the cards were perfectly for unKnights here, but it was still somewhat close, I'd say. So yes, I mean, mistakes like this from Comics, and of course Dipsy, it happens. It's not the worst. I mean, this looks so clean from unKnights, but considering the scoreline, they could do this over and over, and at some point, one round they will be successful, and then the game is just over. So the scoreline doesn't even matter too much at this point. Alucard, a clutch needed here from him. I don't think he will be able to. And unKnights, they look a lot better, but again, it's just because Nemesis they don't really have a crazy strat going on right now. I mean, they're just looking for frags, for entries, whatever, and
Yeah.
yeah.
It's true though. Like you can definitely tell ever since they swapped sides, Nemesis are like, hey, we can definitely win this one like 8 rounds, right? So it's okay. Like, we still got a whole half, and unKnights, even if they're gonna win this round, still gonna be 9-4, and any mistake is gonna be enough for Nemesis to win. So from that perspective, I do understand why maybe they're not that enticed to show more of their playbook with 3BL up next, and 3BL is also another team that likes to play that eagle eye and likes to play the compound that is going to be up next. So I think that Nemesis are also keeping long term in mind. And the long term, it may be, because even with Alucard finding that kill, there is no time to win the round, no HP remaining. And unKnights should be logged at 4, and Famous is going to get the job done. 6 kills ever since the side swap. Apparently him being on a defense is what he needed to go back to his usual level. Let's see if Famous as usual is going to be enough to keep unKnights. Maybe make the miracle of the season. That was not the best HE to start around. But right ideas on the defense. The scale on mid is going to be a problem. Comics and Rapid already very close to the staircase. Good work from HDZ for the one, but Pietro couldn't find a single kill. Now HDZ is outnumbered, still is able to find one on the other side. So 3-on-3 it is in the end. There's a real chance for Beck to win the round. Good trades from that side. Famous left in 1-on-1 against Comics. Spots him down low and is able to tap him down to nothing. 25 seconds remain, so more than enough time for Famous to take a sweet time to the C4. And unKnights still somehow alive in a round that they really had no business winning. With that mid pinch in, this should have been game over. Perhaps Nemesis now, yeah, definitely needs to take that time out themselves.
Yeah, good timing for a timeout. You know what's funny? Famous wasn't even aware that he won the round. He was like, okay, I got 2 kills. I go back, so I can repick eventually, right? And he's like, oh, wait a minute. I already won. So, yeah, what can we say? Much different Famous all of a sudden. Sideswap really did its thing, and it's basically the story here, right? I mean, you have one guy stepping it up, and all of a sudden this is a much closer game. Much closer. I mean, Nemesis, they don't seem to be as comfortable as they were before, especially I'd say Alucard. I mean, there were some rounds where he was just popping off, right? He was finding kills here and there, no hesitation at all, and well, much different story now. And I wonder what the talk is right now. I mean, they don't really do anything wrong. They're just not winning the duels in the end. And there's not much you can do about that. I mean, it comes down to the individual skill in the end, I'd say.
Yeah, individual skill is great to have in a pinch. And you know what? I'm going to say something about Nemesis that I feel like a lot of people probably don't give him enough credit for how good their players are individually. Yeah, like, of course, sure, we all talk about Alucard. And there's definitely the case of like Graffin and his level in Inner Circle last year that makes it like a difficult talk to be had. But like, I'm looking at Comics and Dipsy and I'm thinking those are 2 guys that perhaps aren't as flashy as some of the guys on Vitality or like Gainer from Anubis or the boys from 3BL, but their strength lies in the stuff that you don't see on the screen. Like you were saying about, oh, it's too easy for Dipsy, it's too easy for Comics, because their game sense is just so good that they don't really need to just have as crazy adjustments, flicks, recoveries as some of the other players have to. And that makes them fly under the radar. But I'll definitely say, I'm always impressed with Dipsy whenever he's on my screen. I think that he's got a beautiful mind for the game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it comes down to every single player in the squad, right? No matter what. And that looks amazing. Raffin good for 2 finally. Comics also finds 1. Pietro will go down, and this might be the beginning of the end here. I mean, you have Snox in the back, beautiful timing, but I don't think it is going to be good enough. And I mean, where's Alice? Why? He's in no man's land right now. I mean, yeah, I know what he's doing. He's trying to find over the bridge there, but it's not gonna happen. Snox will go down, and you know what? This might be the end here. It is LSY against the whole world. It feels like 20 seconds on the board. He's slowly but surely creeping through smoke, but this time around, our card will take him out, and finally Nemesis will put an end to this set here. I mean, beautifully done. 10 and 5, a lot of a better result than last time, but surprisingly for me at least, because Famous in the first set, Famous was definitely not performing in the first half, but in the second half he was really stepping it up, and you could feel it. You could almost feel his energy coming our way, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, the energy is still there in the second half, but it's the same play again, which could be a worrying sign for the compound, right? Because sometimes people will run the same strat twice. They'll just keep hitting you on server or middle, and we'll have to wait and see how things do go. But for us, it's going to be a brief intermission. Compound is up next, so let's talk about it with our panel.
I mean, Volt, what a way to just close the third map, starting off with 8-1 on the first half, which was pretty one-sided to Nemesis, and then, like, in the ups and downs, it felt like the unKnights are trying their best way to get back into the game. Like, keep in mind, on the second half, they won 4 versus only 1 losses, when it, actually, no, 4-2 on the second half, so that's why, like, they tried so hard in the second one, but still, I felt like Famous was messing around on this game. Like, I would also say that I don't like to say that unKnights are one-man squad, but at this best of 5, it feels like if Famous isn't here, the team isn't here.
Well, we mentioned this, that Famous is one of the key factors. Let's not say that they are one man squad, of course, not, but he's the key factor for them. He's the key element for Nemesis, I mean for unKnights, to beat Nemesis, because every time we're seeing Famous is having his time, he's having his skills, it's an easy comfort wins for unKnights. So that wasn't the case for the first half, and he was underperforming. The rest of the team also was underperforming, and they lost 8-1. Of course, 8-1 going to the second half and forcing your enemy team to take a tactical boost. That's a thing that can build your momentum and boost your confidence a little bit after going to the fourth map. But otherwise, I see that Nemesis, they had the better, let's say, counter plans in all aspects of game, because we've seen Nemesis, they were pushing on the Globalist side and they were successful. They pushed on the Blacklist side. It wasn't that much successful at the beginning, but then later on we've seen them kind of fixing. And then after the tactical push, they did a split where they got the rounds. So well played by Nemesis. They played, I mean, I wanted to say that they played exactly as we expected, but unKnights, they are the ones that kind of underperformed this map.
Yeah, they pretty much underperformed this map, but I want to disclude Snox and HDZ, like both been shooting, and also I would say that Pietro, we don't ask him to shoot a lot, so there's not a lot of pressure on his side. That's for Pietro, that's for unKnights, but on the other side, Nemesis just made it look so smooth, and I love to remember that how Pando, man, like, I'm getting confused. We have Pando and Penguin, and like, fun enough, Bingo, like, we call him Bungo, so the both names are pretty close to my ears, so I'm just like getting confused a lot of times. But here Pando said that when he played on Famous setup, it was pretty close. I'm sorry, not pretty close. It was pretty hard to play in that setup. So, I mean, that guy might be having a little bit of trouble here and there. Like, things happen, but at the same time, you can just disclude unKnights from doing this, and of course having this very big accomplishment for, I would say, Comics having like 1.4 KD to close this map out and to have the advantage over unKnights. I mean, those two teams are pretty close to each other. I don't know, like at a certain point, it feels like it comes to the momentum and your setup before you enter the game.
Well, yeah, definitely it is a momentum thing because now there is no momentum for unKnights. Of course they have, but it's not. It's unlike Nemesis. Nemesis they have everything on the line. And I mentioned that Nemesis they always feel cheeky when someone is getting close to them. But unKnights they only did this on Ankara. They didn't do it on the first map, which was sub-base. They didn't do it on the third map. Here, what we've watched it from Eagle Eye, but every time we are seeing unKnights very close, it's just a cheeky performance coming out from Nemesis. So that's why I was saying if Nemesis have lost the Eagle Eye game, it could have been a series for unKnights. But now we can see a fourth map. We can be seeing a fourth map, but we can see a fifth map because unKnights, I don't think they rely on their confidence. They kind of rely on their aims a bit. So even though if they're down, even it's see a point, match point for them. I would still think that this guy's gonna be shooting. They'll try to get the kills. They try to make the plays. And Famous, if he's here, if he's ready, he can just flip the script. And now what we need from unKnights is to show us a very good, well-structured gameplay in terms of strategic-wise, and also from the aim-wise, because the aim-wise on Eagle Eye wasn't the best coming out from all the guys. In order for them to go to the fifth map, if they want to flip the script, otherwise, I believe that Nemesis can have an easy 3-1 take versus unKnights.
I mean, like 3-1 is the favor for me. Like I remember, like what I said before we enter the third map. Like whoever wins the third map should take everything home. And man, like if unKnights lost this game, they will be having 80 points out of the second, of course, second season, and 95 points out of the first one, which will put them in 175 points, which is not enough to make internationals. Apparently, you still have like two, or actually, will be three other teams fighting for that spot. You'll still have 3BL, and of course Nemesis will be securing their spot if they just got to the fourth seed. They just like got it like 125 and 95 on the second season, so they will just secure their spot and will be between Anubis and 3B. Also a lot on the line here for this team. So will it be another round in the internationals, or will it be a different story? No more unKnights, and he will be going back as a content creator. Like he, the drill. Like if he's not a player, he's a content creator. He's still got a lot of ways to bring himself in the mix. And for you, Penguin, are you still calling for the 3-1 or a different thing?
Well, it's definitely can be a 3-1 because, as I mentioned, unKnights, they are not consistent throughout the entire day. They were good on Ankara, but they weren't the best on Subbase or Eagle Eye. So that's why I'm saying the consistent team is going to be winning.
Of course, consistency is the key to everything in life, and of course, to be part of international events. Now, we are heading to map number 4 between unKnights and, of course, Team Nemesis. So, guys, take it away.
Thank you pretty much. Yeah, well, it is new compound. I'm very excited for this one. What can we expect, Walt?
I mean, we're expecting three different things, right? Probably if we're thinking about the side of Nemesis, I'm expecting a lot more aggression. I'm expecting what we've seen from Eagle Eye here. They walked in the first half confident, aggressive, and a lot more assertive, right? For unKnights, they did pretty okay. They always look good on the compound. And my expectation is HDZ is going to be the one to lead the charts. So then that leads me to my third and final point. I'm not expecting it to be the same as Eagle Eye. I'm expecting more of the sub base. I'm expecting more of the Ankara. This should be a close game. And if it isn't, then you'd have to say it's a very deserved win for Nemesis. And unfortunately for unKnights at that, that means that they would actually not really have a worthwhile run to make it to the internationals, right? Like for now, the point for EWC, the cut point is like 180 points. That's Anubis. And unKnights, as like I've said, right now are 175. Even if they get that win, they need to beat 3BL. So for Nemesis, they pretty much nearly guarantee their run if they win today's game. But I don't think that they're going to win the compound. At least that's what I'm hoping. I'm hoping that we're going to see the best of unKnights again. But that's my worry about unKnights. That's why I predicted them, because I think most of us predicted Nemesis, is because they're the team that, again, they are floor raisers of the entire league. If you're not on your day, they will severely punish you. And we've seen that on map 3. unKnights were not on, and it looked like a very different affair from maps 1 and 2.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I wanted to go for unKnights when I was thinking about my pick, but you know what? I was a little bit unconfident with them, so I went for the safe pick in my opinion, which turns out not to be the very safe pick, which is good, I guess. Yeah, you know, honestly, I thought that Eagle Eye is gonna be a lot closer than it ultimately was, right? So
I think we all
I
did,
don't.
to be fair.
Yeah, in the end, of course, it definitely did. But in the beginning, I remember what was it like 7-1 or something. So well,
9-1, I think, was
it
the
it
score.
was very scary, right? So Knights, they have to perform here. Famous, especially like Penguin mentioned, right? He is the key factor. Doesn't necessarily mean he's the only one that can turn things around, but he is the key player for his team. He needs to push them to success, and I hope that's what's gonna happen here.
Yeah, and again, even in the best teams in the world, sometimes your star player is just gonna have a middling game. It's not like Famous had a bad game; he just had an average game, and that's when you need the rest of the team to step up, right? On the Eagle Eye, it was really just Knots. Everybody else takes it off, and that is going to be a factor. Well, speaking of the man that seems to have finally picked up some steam, the Snox full on ahead. A spam through the smoke does find Beck, and Alucard from the initial engagement is rather low on HP. The comics could probably single-handedly win the round there if he does find a good timing. Not a lot of time left for unKnights, and they're going to be losing at least the one. And Alucard takes down the rest. Oh, the take stopped before it even begins. And HDZ left in a 1-on-3. And for every single time he tries to peek, there's a player ready for him. Much better approach by Nemesis.
Yeah, ultimately, again, because of the wraparound, a lot of information given to them, right? So, yeah, beautiful round here from Nemesis. I feel like unKnights, they had a better chance, but, well, in the end, they definitely didn't. So, yeah, beautiful start. And seems like unKnights, I mean, it's not too sure what their game plan is. They seem to somewhat start slower, at least for now. I mean, Beck gets a lot of info here, right? He knows, okay, there's at least 2 or 3, and you know, unKnights, they have to back up eventually because they're definitely not gonna find him because there's Alucard with the sniper support and very classic setup here. They know it's dangerous. They know Alucard is really hitting his shots today, so yeah, that's just the beginning of this round so far. I like what I'm seeing, but unKnights, they have to do something more special that, you know, brings them a little bit closer.
I'm gonna be honest. I really thought that they're gonna just flash again and keep pushing.
Yeah.
Like even if they expect Alucard for a good flash, they could definitely have found something. And there it is. No flash, dry peak. So they trade 1 for 1. But for the amount of space that they've gained on the A site, I think they're gonna be happy about that trade. So now it's all about Famous picking his timing at mid, and very clearly Pietro's like, oh, they are lurking hard. So let's just make sure we don't concede too much space on that side. Calls made by Famous. He's going to be the one to pick up the C4. So Pietro is going to be the late flank for the team. And I like the fact that they're throwing a much deeper smoke. It's not like it starts at the door, it actually ends at the door. It's very clear that they want an A-side take. Pietro single-minded, and that means it's much easier for Beck on that one. And just like the last round, they walk in with little time remaining, so they're not really capable of slowing down the pace for a balcony smoke. C4 is picked up, 2-on-3 in the end. Not the worst scoreline in the world, but in terms of numbers, Nemesis is definitely in the lead, and they can afford to play for the post-plant, and that's what they're doing.
I like how they were hardcore, relying on comics to hold down the other ones, right? And, well, slowly but surely, unKnights, they will go down 1 by 1. Last man standing, not even gonna find one. Beck will clear him out, and that's yet another beautiful round here from Nemesis, and not too sure what unKnights could do different, because of course they play somewhat slow, but they can't just run down middle towards A or B, right? That just doesn't work with this type of you know, competition here. So yeah, that's gonna be a tough nut to crack for them, I feel like. So we'll see what they can do, and maybe they actually go for a little bit more aggressive here. They find one, Raffen will go down, and the push will start to continue. Maybe they will actually find a way with a somewhat fast push.
And they needed to pick up the pace, and when they finally did, it is really all not easy. Only Famous going down, the rest of the team is holding the rest of the fort. Dipsy left in a 1-on-4. Pietro on a quick flank, spotted him by the flash, and his blind is bad, so it's always going to be this easy. Thankfully, unKnights switch up the pace, and they get rewarded for it. Now let's see if Nemesis can adjust.
You know, it's actually quite funny. They did the exact thing I said they can't do right now. So, well,
And they
seems
won.
like they can. So, I don't know what to tell you, but it seems like they have another idea about that one. Maybe just maybe it works. Still goes down with a beautiful one-tap. Ref and good for one. That's not going to be enough. HTZ will find him. And now this round starts to fall away here for Nemesis unless they find something. Just something would be good enough. Comics will be taken out by Famous, of course. Back to the roots. Finally stepping up for his team. He will get taken out eventually by Alucard, but the damage has been done. And now the retake for this bomb site is about to be so difficult. I don't even think they stand a chance right now.
Yeah, seems like not a finally figured out. Apparently slowing down the pace suits their playstyle, so unKnights are like, hey, let's send it. And those sends have been doing some great work. 6 kills from HDZ. I was talking about him here. We was talking about him a lot in the Eagle Eye as well. And he had an okay performance there, but he's historically been a very solid player on this compound. And apparently, off to a bright start. And now, they're trying to speed up the play a little bit on Raffin again. I just really want them to send the duel. But instead of seeing that control, Pietro's there, all alone, no trade, no flash. I'm not a big fan of that.
Oh boy, look at that. Famous runs in, finds back though, but the trigger there doesn't favor unKnights at all. And I mean, honestly, I love this pace. This pace is beautiful. Let's send it. Let's see what we can see. And it worked out a little bit better than the slow approaches from unKnights. But ultimately, Nemesis seems like to feel a little bit more confident as well, right? I mean, look at Raffin. I mean, okay, he was just looking around and okay, he gets killed. But there's 3 more to go. HTZ, I mean, 7-2. He's definitely popping off. He's ready to go. You should definitely not leave him alone too much, right? Because if he has a lot of time to think, he will find a way to secure this round. I mean, look at this once again. Comics, a 1v1 duel required. And it seems like he finds the info, gives the info away, and well, okay, it's not away at all. And that's the round.
Yeah, some really good play for Nemesis again. And you know what, we're speaking of the quicker pace. The one thing about the quicker pace and why not a lot of teams do like playing it is that you need to be either fully exceptional, like every single player in the team needs to be mechanically exceptional, and not just and you need to have perfect awareness of your assignment. And unfortunately for unKnights, assignment seems to be something that perhaps they're not fully settled on, and we've seen that there on the execute. They got the kill, but the rest of the team got stuck in the corner, didn't really clear the A side, didn't really push with Famous to reclaim the balcony. So this time around, they slow down the game enough that it's still fast enough for Nemesis not to be able to keep up with the pace, but not too fast that they also get a bit lost in the sauce, as people would say.
Oh boy. Here we go. It seems like unKnights, they want to contest towards a long, which hasn't worked out the best, I would say, but I mean, you have the Alucard on Nemesis side here, right? I mean, he's ready to go. Even if he just finds one, that would be huge. But not this time around, though. HTZ will find one. Pietro finds one here in mid, a main as well. And that's a crucial kill that opens up the bomb site for them. And now it's only 2 against the world here. Comics, what can he do? What has he left in the tank right now? Back. His buddy helps him out a little bit here, but it's just so much to ask for. I mean, come on. A 5-man retake is basically impossible unless you find something. Well, Comics, he will not find anything. Pietro will find Famous, finds back here in the end as well, and that's a very clean round here from unKnights. You gotta say that. I mean, they find an entry on a long, they find an entry on a main, and that's it. They just find the bomb set and they win the round.
Yeah, I mean, very difficult timing too, mind you. Like that has, of course, the one before the that, but look at that. Nemesis trying to set it, trying to keep up the same pace, but unlike our masters at work. No Arch Nemesis found, just bodies left on the 4, but Rapid nearly getting a kill back, and it's really messy, really, from the side of unKnights. They overplayed their hand, especially when you consider that there was really no need for Pietro to even make that push, right? The rest of the team are working through mid, so he just needed to keep that space, didn't need to push further, and now they find themselves all with middling amount of HP, and that M14 and that probably could pose a problem. Dealt with, and they know that Alucard is there towards middle, so they can pivot back wherever they want. Thinking about committing towards the A side, but communications have been made, and back towards B they go. HDZ caught off, all alone, rotating. C4 hasn't even made its way in yet. Alucard is gifted around out of absolutely nowhere. 2 players in the open, not ready, not taking a duel, and now he's got a minute. And sure, it's not the cold era of terror anymore, but he's putting himself in a really good position to find a clutch.
Oh yeah, give Alucard a chance, he will grab it! And he actually gets it done. And look how much it means to all of them. That's an insane round from Alucard, and what a shocking round, of course, for unKnights. I mean, that was theirs to take any time of the day, and not today. Alucard, he will get it done, and oh boy, that one hurts. That hurts so much, but
Yeah,
I mean, come on, you can't give Alucard 1v1s all the time. I mean, that was, I mean, honestly, to be fair, that looked a little bit easy, man. I mean, 1v3 clutch,
Yeah.
come on.
I mean, you think about the way that it was played, right? He got one for free because of the peek at middle, and now even Dipsy gets one for free too, but he's going back to that clutch. HDZ was miscalmed because they were leaning towards A, and then they swerved towards the B side again, so HDZ was left alone, no trade for him. And then, because they made the call to go to B so late, Alucard was able to re-swing and get another one for free. And it's those 2 kills that made it look so easy. And unfortunately, it's not even looking complicated one bit. Nemesis are just gifted a lot of 1v1s, and unKnights should have really simplified the round prior. And now they're paying the price for not pulling off what was a very easy round. The sniper nearly finding a no-scope, but Dipsy is going to be finally shut down. He's nearly won the round for Nemesis. 3 players dead. Snox and LSY are what remains. I always speak very highly on LSY in the clutch, but I don't know if this is the round for them to win. Calm exposed in a very good position. An insurance policy in Raffin. And Alucard himself for a little bit more of a defensive line. It leaves Comics dead to rights. They probably can play the post if they get the right timing. They still got a smoke here that will slow down the retake, but the other 2 players have gone through pillars.
You know, it feels like they paid a really high price last round, and the frustration, you can really see it. But if they find a way to win this round, it will definitely make up for it. Nemesis now into the clutch. Snox completely blinded by the lights, doesn't matter, but he finds one. Beck will find Snox, and Beck will also find LSY with more than enough time on the bomb to defuse it. And beautiful retake here from Nemesis, you can't really deny that. And if Nemesis somehow find one more round, that's a beautiful half for themselves and unKnights. Let me say this, so it took them what, like 2 or 3 rounds to figure out, okay, maybe we should go more aggressive, because that worked out really well for them. And as you can see here, it still works out beautifully. I mean, Alucard a little bit too over aggressive, but you can't really blame him. He's having a great day so far, but you can really tell. Let's play more aggressive unKnights and see what happens.
Yeah, again, stepping up the pace a little bit, but it's always about finding that balance where you're being aggressive and you're finding value. LSY hasn't been too hot at the start, so it's great to see. He's grasping a little bit of form back, and a 5-4 result wouldn't be the worst thing in the world if they're able to find that success. But are they? Pillar again continues to be where they are actually able to end up, but really not getting much more space. They got a lot of time Pando, so I like the fact that they're patient. Again, we've seen that on the Ankara, where they're very willing to concede a fair bit of map control just to allow Nemesis to take a peek for information. Last time around it worked well for them. This time around, Pietro should get a kill, but timing is going to betray the IGL. And look at where Dipsy is. Dipsy literally can single-handedly win the round, and while they know where Comics is and are able to clear him out eventually, still worried about Dempsey. He could single-handedly 1v5 this round. They're not one bit ready. Pistol starts soaring. 2 kills to his name and 2 to Beck to leave HDZ in a 1-on-2. No HP to his name. Needs to play the TRG, and the C4 is down. He's gonna try to make some space, and eventually he'll be taken down. Beck have won the round there thanks to Dipsy's timing, making the best of the chaos, and no one to blame on unKnights but themselves. They're giving away a silly angle, and really, that was a perfect timing for Dipsy.
What a beautiful round. We definitely have to watch that one later in the highlights. I mean, come on, that was of course lucky with the timing. Timing is always a factor, right? But that was really tough to watch. I mean, he had everyone in front of him and he made the best out of it. And unKnights, they're shell shocked right now. Once again, a very important round given away to Nemesis, and yeah, they won the half by 3, and oh boy, I mean, this is do or die for unKnights. They need this map, they need new compound to push it to court, right? And the way things are going right now, I don't see that happening so far. Of course, you know, hey, we saw it last on Eagle Eye, right? When we did the side swap and all of a sudden Famous were popping off and we got a closer match than we ultimately expected. But is it going to happen again? What do you think?
I hope that's gonna be the case, but not really sure if it's gonna play out that way. For now, though, Nemesis, unlike unKnights, a bit slower in their approach, but very assured, right? Like, they gain that space. Eventually, the ult will run out, and Gepper's all alone. He should have had mates, but perhaps Nox is gonna be a teammate, and he needs post-mortem, finds 2, so it's still a 2-on-2 trade after all. And I like this from HDZ. He knows he doesn't really need to take the peek. He can hold the angle. Somebody's gonna jump on him. He's gonna jump him back, but Alucard in those ranges with the TRG, with the pistol, always a hero. 1 with the sniper, 2nd from Famous. And unKnights save the day. First round, the global risk starts off on the right foot.
The right foot it is, yes. Well, I wonder if Nemesis also likes to, you know, push once in a while. I mean, look at this. Oh, this looks a little bit scary almost. Ooh, this might be a little bit uncomfortable. Famous does famous things, and well, he gets 2 quick double headshots for him, and Alucard a little bit scared, I would say. He's a little bit too safe. He is off. He finally finds Famous though. Can he find a second? That would be crucial. Beck now trying his very best, but LSY finds one. Not the second though. Beck will take him out, but the damage is done. Look at his HP, and it seems almost impossible for Nemesis to win this round. But unless Beck finds at least one more, or maybe Comics, doesn't matter who, that would be insane. That would be a crucial switch in this round, and we'll see. Snox has a beautiful position. The timing. Whoa, what is this? No switchies when someone is in front of you. That's a little bit too scary in for my liking, though.
Well, still scary, but HDZ is gonna make it simple. That could have gone a little bit wrong if Comics have found one of those kills. Beck got no options other than to play the TRG, right? Very little health. Anything is gonna lead to his death. And eventually, they will march into what is a valley of death. The nade nearly clip him back, and he knows that he really could not afford to take any damage. Now, should be gone. Pistol peeking, and Snox is able to deliver the jumping blow. 5 rounds on the board for unKnights. Much better start here on that GR side. And just as we were saying, right? Consider if they only won 2 of those rounds that they should have won in the first half, they would have been, what, like 7-3 up. And again, it's the same case in Eagle Eye. And it's the same case in Ankara, where they had a lot of chances to make the game a lot cleaner than it is. But even with how they are a little bit susceptible to making mistakes, that's a very good, I guess, foundation from unKnights to put themselves on the right foot. Right, 2 rounds, momentum in their hands, and Famous seemingly back to firing force again. Funnily enough, that half on blacklist again, and on the global risk seemed to just find his footing.
Yeah, it seems like history is repeating itself, right? I mean, the time out here seems like the pretty much best timing I could have had because, you know, they're clearly doing something wrong or just not right, I guess. And hopefully after this break, as you know, as they did many times, they will find a way back into this game. They will find a solution for their problems. And I mean, looking at what is going on, I feel like they just can't handle the pressure from unKnights, right? I mean, unKnights is playing it to perfection, and of course, a famous hit shots like that, right? I mean, there's really nothing you can do about it. I mean, you see him, you're dead. There's nothing you can do.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Nemesis, a couple of those rounds that showed up today, they'll need to hope that they can do better than that, though. Because it didn't look bad at a couple of moments in this half, but all in all, Nemesis only found success when they were able to take the A site. So maybe they will think about going there again now that the timeout is over. Let's see how things are gonna go. I love how Kevin's screen is just like this one tiny beacon of light. Like that little dot, and it's like, hey, like, you know that he's there, he exists. This is not a dead camera, and now it is. Now it is. I think it is.
Nice timing, yeah. Yeah, it's unfortunate.
Okay,
but,
Kevin. Okay, Kevin.
Looking at unKnights right now, you can tell that, you know, they are not too happy with what is happening, but they're definitely not sad either, right? They're just calm and collected. They have a goal in front of them. They know exactly what their job is, and they are looking forward to complete that job, right? So once we are jumping back into the game, I feel like we are going to see a pretty unexpected round here from unKnights because, okay, they also have time to talk, right? They had to consider a lot of things and how things are going right now. They're pushing the numbers closer together and someone has to do something unexpected. That's just my call here.
Yeah, so the timeout is over. One round difference right now. No buffer for Nemesis. unKnights are also aware that there's very little room to make errors. Nemesis are closing in what would be elimination for unKnights. Trying to hold on for all five for dear lives. And Nemesis closing in on me. That's not around, he was a hero. This time, the pressures are really good, and Scott is the one that is left to do the heavy lifting. And he nearly got all three, two of which is good, but that was a mistake from LSY. One that they'll pay for dearly. Pietro tries to recoup, but all it leaves is just a bleeding that is accelerated from unKnights. And perhaps this is their blueprint. That they're not really backing down of any single duel. And right there, they paid their own price, and they died by the sword that they usually love.
Yeah, you know, ultimately, like you mentioned, I feel like I think it was LSY, the peak was a little bit unnecessary. It kind of opened up things for them, and well, that has backfired. So 7-5 is the scoreline. The break definitely did its thing, but I also feel like unKnights, they definitely did some mistakes in that round, and that gave, you know, Nemesis the option to come back, and well, if it's basically like a snowball, right? If it starts rolling, it gets bigger and bigger and more scary, and that's definitely what Nemesis is.
Oh, absolutely. You know what? We talk about it a little bit. We always say, you know, when it rains, it pours, and I guess right now it's pouring on those unKnights boys. LSY dead again. And that time around, Nemesis was so concise with their utility. Should be a little bit wary for Pietro. That HE might be on the money, but he's able to back off enough. Eventually, the spray down is going to come. And they're going to be able to find the kill after all. Beck left low on HP, but that's 2 kills for pretty much damage and nothing else but damage. And there might be a couple of flashes raining down mid, which is going to make HDZ's life difficult. The flash on the face, and between the two, there's a small pocket that HDZ can use. And Famous, as always, besting a one-on-one. And I really like this from HDZ. He identified where one of those duels are. He has seen the barrel. That's going to be so easy then for the TRG. HDZ stepping up when the team needs him. And the buffer could go back to 1. Should go back to 1. But I like that from Famous. Calm and collected. Doesn't see any real reason to make a peek. At least not initially. Eventually, thinking about a drop down, but not really dropping. I don't know if Comics is aware of how close Famous was to him at a point in time. He's going to take the C4, jump back into the race of Famous. Oh no! Oh, this is do or die now. HDC left in a one-on-one. And if Comics wins this round, I think it's just all but over. 15 seconds on the timer. C4 in his hands. Need to at least make one tap. And he nearly stuck the plant. And I think that sticking the plant is probably the right call. Second time of asking, he does. HDC in sight, spotted by the headshots. The 417 needs to deliver. HDC on the inside route with the TRG and pistol. And he's very low on health, but Comics still on 2 HP, saving Nemesis once more.
Hold your horses. What just happened? I mean, I'm speechless, and it's Famous of all people. I don't believe what I just witnessed here. That is definitely hurting right now. They're believing. They're more than believing. They're definitely hurting. So, I mean, Nemesis, they use their momentum. This is the absolute right call to do. Let's take over. But HTC has something to say about that. But the kids are not aware. It feels like they will find Famous. And it starts to feel like the end. Last man standing, not even close. Dipsy, beautiful tap with the AK of all weapons. And oh man, that just took a turn all of a sudden.
And the gay team is starting to be let loose. Elimination. Seconds. 1 point is all that they need. A single round. And unKnights, a team that, even with their 4th place finish, was still touted to be very competitive in the race for the top 3 for EWG for eventually stars later in the year. Now, needs to find some heroics. Famous on that again, rectifying his error on a round prior. 2 kills to his name, and, well, I mean, that should be an easy round from there for Nemesis, but, sorry, for unKnights rather, but even then, Nemesis have somehow managed to make it impossible occur. And if it starts like this, an easy kill, that is why it should have done damage in, and Alucard didn't take any damage at all. Comics finds 2 1v1s again. The timing on the trade couldn't have been any worse, at least. They find Dipsy, but even with him found, they need to continue on being on the right track, and that is going to be the case. Alucard, this time, he's the one left in the 1-on-2, but the C4 is out in the open. This should be one. Like, if this is lost, I think that there's no blame, right? Like, we just all accept Knights dropped the ball. It was their mistake, and it's not really Nemesis somehow coming out with some luck, which, again, luck always plays a part with timings and those things, but a lot of unforced errors out of unKnights here today.
It started off as a 1v3. He already got 1. He's low on HP though, but out of all people, Alucard, I definitely put in my money for him. But obviously it also requires some time, some time of timing or luck or whatever, but like right now, right? So timing is a little bit off. He waited a little bit too long here, but honestly, I gave him the benefit of a doubt. Alucard did this before, and well, finally unKnights, they step it a little bit up. I mean, this round was way too close for comfort, but 9-6 is the scoreline here. Nemesis, they just need one more to close this one, and unKnights, they are feeling the pressure right now.
Yeah, and I mean, of course, there's always going to be the conversation that how this team plays, they should have been like aeons better in terms of their positioning, in terms of their standings in the league. How this season was one to forget, to be honest, for unKnights. But it's time for a reset, because they still have their lives in the game. Match point still, yes, for Nemesis. Serious point as well for that. But they don't start off the right foot. Great shooting from HDC for the 1, and Famous is up close. Know that they're going to be peeking into him. That's one head found. Not a multi-kill this time around. And Comic could even add next. And that is a problem for unKnights. Because now, yes, you know where the C4 is, but they've lost the route on the flank on the other side. And it could be a reroute for B. Looks like that's going to be the case. Comics and Alucard, a 1-2 on site. And that's a great shot from Comics. Oh, so unfortunate for LSY. That could be the game. HDZ left against 3. Not a thing to be found on this other side. 30 seconds and the clock's ticking. He needs to find a kill. Colt in his hand, not the USP. It might not even matter if or anything because Alucard is posted and he might spot him initially. Found, to be shot and killed. And Alucard puts the seal on unKnights. This is the end of the season for unKnights, and for Nemesis, this pretty much means that they get their chance at EWC now, as nearly guaranteed their slot, and they are still in the lower bracket, still one more life to have.
I mean, huge shoutouts to Comics there in the end. His score was like 11-1 or something, right? That was absolutely insane from him. You really gotta give him some credit there. Amazing match, I'd say. I mean, 3-1 overall. Of course, it was close here and there, but new compound in the end, you could clearly tell it was pretty much over, right? But this is going to be it from the casters, guys. We will put you to the desk, so have fun.
Right, I would say this game was a shocker. 3-1 to Nemesis. It was like at a certain point a bit close, but they found a way to close it out, and man, they made Famous join international events again, but this time as a content creator. And I believe that Nemesis are 100% in the EWC, and now they move to their next side quest, which is not, I wouldn't say a side quest. Their next big quest is getting this title.
Yeah, definitely. We all expected Nemesis. I mean, getting here, coming here as a second seed last season, and let me tell you that yes, we've seen unKnights fighting in all maps. Yes, we've seen unKnights winning Ankara, but throughout the entire season, I felt that the consistency is only from Nemesis. Even though the map they lost, they only dropped one map, and the map they lost was a very, very close map to the Nemesis. That's why I'm saying Nemesis doing so much. Comparing them to phase 1 and phase 2, of course, of season 2. So now I can see that these guys can really fight for the title. Let's say fights between the finalists. Yes, it's Anubis. Yes, it's Vitality. One of them gonna be going into the grand final, but I can say that Nemesis should be booking this soon.
I mean, Nemesis, they had a really great run, and like they're having a really good run, and also I would love to mention that Nemesis been always having some really good and expert ways to close this game. I believe they had a very, very, very rough start, but at the end they just made it looks easier. Like they had 6-3 on the first half, and then they closed it on the second half. I also love to mention that Alucard, I would put that guy as the whole match MVP. That's between him and Comics, but Alucard been way too consistent for this series, and he's been one of the key points for this team to reach the top 4.
Yeah, he's been consistent throughout the entire season, and he's always the guy that's doing a very good job when it comes to such pressured games, when it comes to elimination matches, when it comes to a game that will qualify you to an international tournament, EWC, CFS. It's usually Alucard who's there for them to take, and he did a very good job. Also, we've seen a very good clutches from him, and I believe that he's doing an insane work with the guys, and he deserves to be there.
He does, and of course, like that brings us to a conversation that if Famous is not pulling the trigger, we know that unKnights can't complete the mission. I mean, even with HDZ, even with the Snox, even with all of that, you still need Famous. I mean, LSY been pretty shy in this best of 5, but Famous, out of everyone, you should be expecting him to be pulling some really, really good numbers, and when he didn't, they fall off the cliff. On the other side, I mean, you always go to play with a 2-2-1 execution. You have 2 guys in A, 2 guys in mid, and one that's just roaming, trying to fish for anything, and it played very well for Nemesis. And at a certain point, they were executing the 1-3-1, but I mean, anything that Nemesis pulls out, it works.
Yeah, and we talked about unKnights that still we've seen an opening game in the playoffs between unKnights and Nemesis, and it was of course completely one-sided for Nemesis. And now we've seen a rematch, but this time is tournament on the line, it's EWC on the line, And I still see that both games that they play, that's very close. It's 6-1 in favor of the maps for Nemesis. So definitely unKnights, a season to forget usually. We would call that, it's just a season. We're not going to be saying a year to forget because they still have the CFS qualifiers. They're going to be playing the CFS qualifiers, by the way. So they'll have to start all the way down. It's them, 3BL probably, if they lose to Nemesis tomorrow, they will still be starting on the CF qualifiers. The TSC, if 3BL loses, they will still go to the CFS regional finals. So that's why I'm saying it's a tough season for them. They're going to be having to start all the way again. But still, they have one of the most important tournaments to build for, and they have to practice more. Other than that, I believe that Nemesis deserve to be there. They deserve to be in the EWC. That's the team that we would be looking for us to kind of represent our region on the EWC.
Of course, not a lot of those teams really wish to go into the longer road to reach CFS. And on this department, I believe that 3BL are in a very tough spot. You have unKnights are in the same exact spot at this certain point. Like, they won only one game and it was on overtime versus Nemesis. But I believe that the upcoming games are gonna be more and more fun. Nemesis, like, I still need to talk a little bit more about the games. They had their own ways to play with. They conquered unKnights, and I don't know what should we be expecting from those boys. I mean, they're in the lower bracket. They might be having the lower bracket when they run, and their curse is over. So Nemesis are not falling off the AWC. They're not falling off the international events after today's win. So they secured their spot. They have no pressure to play with, but they have a thing to run for. And of course, you have our MVP for tonight. He is Comics, and for me, it's between Comics and Alucard. And I'm not mad about Comics getting the MVP. Like, both, they've been pulling some really instrumental work in this game.
Yeah, Comics did a very good job, and he deserves to be the MVP, especially for the last map. If he's clutching for you like this, if he's getting the kills, if he's getting an 11-1 on this in the match point for you, then definitely he should be the guy that's taking all the hype and all the sides. So well played by him. That's Comics that we expected, because phase 1, phase 2, Comics was below average in my opinion. He was just below average players, and now he's kind of stepping up and limiting the most weight. It's playoffs. We usually see Comics switch, we see DPC, we see Raffen also popping up, and the score is consistent for all guys. So that's why you would call these guys are a playoffs team.
Yes, they did. And of course, we have like a little bit of highlights for Comics in this game, and it looked pretty convincing to me. And then Comics, he collected the MVP, well deserved. And I believe we have some really good and interesting interview to have in a little bit of time. I believe that Alucard will be joining with us in a moment, but other than this, I believe this might be the case that, like, even when they're in the lower bracket, they're facing some very tough time. They found a way to collect this one. I believe that we have Alucard on the way. Right?
Hello, guys.
Alucard. Assalamu alaikum. How you doing,
Alaikum
Alucard?
salam. All good.
Of course, congrats for your win. Like, we want to go through like the cliche questions, like congrats in the win, and of course, securing
you.
your spot in the EWC is pretty huge and important for Nemesis as an organization, and of course for you as a team. How did it feel to just throw that weight off your shoulder?
It's a big deal for us to qualify for EWC. That's basically the goal of every org. So making it finally releases a lot of pressure on us. Our goal is not done yet. Okay, we qualified, but we're still looking forward to secure a good place in CFWL. So at least now we're gonna play with way less pressure, and yeah, so we can show more without having pressure to qualify to EWC. I think we're already 100% qualified there, so all good.
Yeah, of course, it's all good, and to keep going with the same pattern, of course. winning two playoff series against the same team isn't easy. What do you think that allowed the Team Nemesis to consistently stay one step ahead, I would say, versus unKnights today?
I think the main reason is that we play the game more than them. We practice, they don't. We see Famous last online 3 days ago, so we know this team is not really preparing that hard. So yeah, we're never afraid of unKnights. They are, I mean, sometimes the matches against them are close, but we manage to make it in the end. We have the more experienced players that show up in playoffs. So yeah, that's about unKnights. That's it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you mentioned one good point that you're usually the guys that's showing up on playoffs. That's why we are calling you a playoffs team. I'm talking, of course, about the playoffs. You guys are starting here from today, from the lower brackets. So your run is still alive, and you're gonna be playing 3BL tomorrow. That guys that they have the EWC also on the line. They're probably playing with a lot of pressure. Unlike you guys, you already secured EWC. So tell me, how confident are you going into this game, and what do you think about this matchup?
Well, I mentioned before that 3BL are my favorites. Like they are really dark horse of season 2 for me. But to be honest, till now, them playing in playoffs is not really their true level. I don't know, maybe because they are not experienced like us. So we're not really scared about 3BL, even though they are my favorite. But we know these guys will have the weight of AWC on their shoulders. So, and we don't. So, I mean, without even the weight, they are shaking a playoff. So imagine with the weight. So yeah, I think it's gonna be pretty easy for us against them.
Exactly, yeah, because that's the game that they're looking for. If they don't make it, it's over them for the AWC is over for them, and they're gonna be taking the fourth place, which is actually good if you're looking at the 3BL. But yeah, I still think that 3BL they kind of gonna be having a very tough game versus you, especially that you guys are still you want to be looking for the trophy. They are looking for the AWC. It's quite big difference between both.
I think if we won, I'm not sure if they can make it to EWC. I think their chances are really low if we win. So we will do our best, and I hope it will be pretty easy for us, even though they're my favorite team. But yeah, when it comes to my team, I always vote for my team.
All right. He's always voting for his team. I mean, we see like a little bit of a showing for the Anubis logo. So, do you have anything that you would love to say to Anubis or like Anubis fans?
Well, I really hope Anubis also makes it. They're an Egyptian team representing West at EWC would be huge for our country. So for me, right now, I think the chances of them making it is pretty huge. Depends on how it goes versus Vitality and later against us when we win 3BL. So yeah, let's do it. I hope they also make it. They are my friends, and they've been playing good, like really good this season.
The thing is, it's all Egyptians now. I mean, even though I know Nemesis they have 2 Turkish players, but the rest are all Egyptians. So even though if 3BL don't make it, it's gonna be still an Egyptian team. Anubis making it, and if 3BL makes it, they're still an Egyptian team. So you're talking about almost 20 teams.
Well, yeah, there's still chance unKnights makes it. Right now they're 4th and 5th. I don't know. I didn't calculate their points and their situation.
It's very
yeah,
low.
but
I don't think
it's still. I don't know if we beat 3BL if who will have more points. But yeah, for me, I hope Egyptians make it always. So yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
Just
you gotta root for your home
for you, Sekio. Why you always vote on the opposite team? You never vote for us. I don't know what's wrong.
What? Wait, no.
You always vote for the other
that's
team.
That's not
like,
true.
Nah,
That's actually. Huh.
It's just weird. For every time, even though we beat unKnights 3-0 last time, and this time should be obvious who is gonna have way more higher chances to win, and you still vote for the other team. It's kind of weird for me. So
it just goes for the
Yeah.
upsets
Hear me
after
out.
one upset his
Yeah,
Imperium.
I'm
That's
trying-
selfish call, man.
I'm trying to call for the underdogs. Come on, man. Like I mean, it won't be fun to have like everyone in the broadcast shooting for one team. It feels like it's so obvious that you are closer to win. So I just wanna like gamble a bit with the running horses. Like you still have a long race. They have a long race to do. So I thought they might just try and tickle you a little bit. I mean that's it for me.
I mean,
Well-
they are one-man army. Famous played really well today, so a team can depend only on one guy. So that's it, you know.
I mean, it's kind of a bit of true. Like, it's always about famous clutching multiple rounds for, of course, unKnights. But for you guys, like, it's more of a team game. And as you have mentioned earlier, like, you play the game more, and you have like your whole squad to play together. Like, you are basically a one unit to play around each other. Communications, play style, and rotation, it like we can all see it on the mini map. It's a different story, or like a different thing to watch than most of the other teams. But of course, man, like, I'm not always rooting for other teams that plays against you.
I mean, I do favors for you. I finish the games faster so you can work less, you know, like finish
Ah,
faster and go to sleep, and you still go for the other team. So next time I'm gonna maybe make it harder, you know.
all right.
You stay up more.
It's fair. It's fair. It's fair. Like, man, congrats on the win, Alucard. Habibi, thank you for your time, and of course, I would love to
Thank
see you
you.
tomorrow.
Yeah, let's do it.
See ya, Habibi. So that's it for Alucard and for, of course, Nemesis. That guy just like, I mean, I'm giving you the easier road to win. Why do you always pick the other teams? And he's a bit right on that department. But like, anyways, they won the game, they crashed it, and we are moving forward to the top four, which includes 3BL, and of course includes Anubis Gaming, Vitality, and Nemesis on the lower bracket are playing versus 3BL, and I believe tomorrow's game should be another quick one.
Yeah, I mean, tomorrow game is no doubts about it. Anubis versus Vitality is going to be a good matchup because last time Anubis, they had a very good upset versus Vitality and they beat him 2-0, and it was the first time Vitality losing 2-0, not even 2-1. So Vitality is going to be going as a revenge. I would love to see this game. I cannot say that Vitality is going to be winning, no, because Anubis is one of the best teams right now, and I still think that they have fair chances of beating Vitality. Not equal, but fair chances. Going forward, that lower bracket game is just going to be completely tough for 3BL. They can make it, yes they can. They have the everything to do it, yes they do. But it's gonna be quite tough. Not because they are facing a Nemesis, but they are gonna be facing Nemesis on zero pressure.
Yeah, of course, Nemesis on zero pressure is a hard one to play against, or like to even watch. And of course, for tomorrow, we have two best of fives. Anubis versus Vitality earlier on, and then we have 3BL versus Nemesis. And man, those two best of fives are gonna be critical to watch.
Yeah, exactly. Two best of fives, that two deciding best of fives. Who's gonna be on the, let's say, grand final? But if Vitality is there, I wouldn't be surprised. But if Anubis wins, that means that they're gonna be securing the EWC. So that's also a thing that to watch for this game. And of course, the most important game for Nemesis and for 3BL. 3BL, they are the decider for the EWC, even though if they lost, still if they get top 4 with 20 years old players, I believe that these guys can do more on the CF regional finals. And I think the guys that probably beat 3BL, they know that if they face them again on regional finals, it's going to be quite different, because these guys, every time you beat them, they just improve. So it's gonna be a tough game for them. I think it's the end for them, in my opinion, but still it's maybe the end for DWC, but definitely not the end for them this season, because they played very good. So Nemesis, I still root for them that these guys can make it into the grand finals from the lower bracket. But if they clash versus Anubis, it's quite difficult, man.
Yeah, I believe it will be quite difficult, but for me, I would say that yes, 3BL are on the lower end. They're playing in the top third, not third, actually, top in the fourth position for the entire season. But I would say something, they were not even the favorite for most of the time. So when it comes to playoffs, they just play with no pressure. This might be a really interesting game to watch, but let's leave this conversation for tomorrow, since we have that match already as the main event. But for us today, that was it. That was Penguin. We had Pando and Volt on the casting desk, and I was Sekyu on the of course, like, I was the host for today. So guys, see ya tomorrow, and stay logged in, because tomorrow is going to be a very huge day.
but he wants to choose. Oh, it's gonna be that 50-50 here. You don't check him from up above, and he is gonna raid. Now, tight angle, should be able to find the multi-kill, and there it is.